in progress.
Shareholders, and
one of the resolutions is to
ratify the
2020, well, the 2019 financial statement, which would have been presented in 2020. So that's the ratification there. But before that's the first item, and then we'll go on to the others, including dealing with the audited financial statements for 2021 and 2020, which were not considered before today. I'd just like to introduce the head table, which is myself, Chairman John Jackson, Cameron Burnett is financial. He wears several hats. So he's financial director in one case and director in another case, and financial controller and company secretary. He's a director of QWI. John Mafood is with QWI, and you know him as also CEO of the Jamaica Teas Group, and then Evan Thwaites, who is a director. In the down below us is a Reverend Director Carl Kabi, who was late, and is going to join us presently. All right, so we'll get on with. I'm going to ask the company secretary to assist me with some of these resolutions. So, Cameron, let me just ask that you guide us through some of the relevant sections. So,
good morning, everybody. The purpose of this meeting, it's an extraordinary general meeting. In 2020, the shareholders of QWI did meet and considered a number of matters relating to 2019. That meeting, which was held in June of 2020, was obviously in the middle of COVID, and based on advice we've received, we've brought the shareholders back today to ratify those resolutions that were passed back in 2020 and that relate to 2019. So the first resolution that we ask be considered for ratification was relating to the approval of the 2019 audited financial statements.
So can we take the entire items on the, I'm not sure if people have the, what I suggest you do, Cameron, just read them. I'm going to propose that we just accept them en bloc.
Certainly. So there are 6 resolutions to consider. The first one is... No. Yep. So the first one is that the audited financial statements, auditor's report and report of directors for 2019 be approved. The second resolution is that the directors' fees for 2019 be approved. The third resolution is that KPMG be reappointed as auditors of the company for 2020, and the auditors and the directors be authorised to fix their remuneration. The next item is that persons proposed for election as directors between the 6th and 13th of March 2020 be considered. The next resolution is that no dividend be declared in respect of 2019, and the final resolution was to defer an authorization to do share buybacks that was proposed in January of 2020. That item is withdrawn, and the members are asked to ratify that decision.
Do I have a vote on this resolution? Sorry? I'm going to ask you to hold that question until we get to the financial statement for 2021. Okay. So let us deal. I just want to agree with the ratification of the decisions taken at the pertaining to the 2019 report. So, all right. So I move a resolution that we ratify the decisions taken in 2020 pertaining to the 2019 annual report. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Livingston. All right. We have a vote on it. Those in favor? Any against? Resolution is carried.
I just make a note for you.
That closes that meeting. That brings an end to that. Is there another item for that meeting? All right, that's the end of that meeting. So we can move on to the next meeting. Cameron.
The next meeting relates to the 2020 annual general meeting. The 2020 annual general meeting was originally convened on the 30th of March 2021, and the meeting had to be adjourned without conducting any business because of the existence of the COVID restrictions at that time. In relation to the 2020 business of the company, there are 6 resolutions to be considered. Chairman, how would you like to proceed with these?
We're going to have to deal with them one by one because they aren't decided on.
Right.
Question: Do the shareholders have copies of these financial statements, or were they? All right, 2020 annual report. So I'm going to ask. So I'm going to table the financial statements for 2020 and ask the auditor to
You're going to have
read
to
the
hold on the last
audit report pertaining to 2020 for us.
Hi, John. How are you doing? I'm okay. How are you? Good. All right. You sound better. Okay, helps? Okay. DALEY and Heart Mirrorhead Faster. Yeah, man, you're good. I think, yes. If anything, we'll text. Well, Kim will text.
Statements of profit or loss and other statements and cash flows for the year ended.
What's Giovanni's last name? Lynch?
same in both of them. In our opinion,
Lord have mercy, my death bed.
statements give a true and fair view of the financial position of the company as at September 30th, 2020, and of its financial performance and its cash flows for the year then ended in accordance with International Financial Reporting Standards, IFRS, and the Jamaican Companies Act. Basis for
You hear
opinion:
Mrs. Headman got
we
cut.
conducted our audit in accordance with international standards on auditing matters. Responsibilities under those standards are further described in the auditor's responsibilities for the audit of the financial statement section of our report. We are independent of the company in accordance with the International Ethics Standards Board for Accountants International Code of Ethics for Professional Accountants, including International Independence Standards, ISPA Code. And we have fulfilled our other ethical responsibilities in accordance with the ISPA Code. We believe that the audit evidence we have obtained is sufficient and appropriate to provide a basis for our opinion. Key audit matters. Key audit matters are those matters that, in our professional judgment, were of most significance in our audit of the financial statements of the current period. These matters were addressed in the context of our audit of the financial statements as a whole and informing our opinion thereon, and we do not provide a separate opinion on these matters. Valuation of investments. Key audit matter. The company holds significant investments in equity securities listed on multiple stock exchanges.
Oh,
The company uses quoted, mid, or closing
5 minutes, 4
prices
minutes.
to value these investments. Valuation of these investments, although based on observable market prices, suffers from increased volatility as a result of the spread of COVID-19. The pandemic has also resulted in a decline in trading activities for a number of listed shares. As a result, judgment may be required to determine whether the quoted prices used by management represents prices from an active market. See Note 4 and Note 20E. How
Hello?
the matter was addressed in our audit. Our procedures in this area included the following: assessing and testing the design and implementation of the company's control over the determination and the computation of fair values, challenging the reasonableness of prices used by the company by comparing to independent third-party information, including assessing whether prices used falls within the bid-ask spread as required by IFRS 13 fair value measurement. Reperforming fair value calculations and assessing whether fair value was appropriately determined by considering the provisions
You can
of
tell
IFRS 13 fair value
how
measurement
many people are
and
in
reviewing the volume of
on right now.
trade for the securities held by the company at year-end, and assessing the adequacy of the disclosure, including the degree of estimation involved in determining fair values.
Keep me posted on whether they come out for
Other
the AGM.
information. Management is responsible for the other information. The other information comprises the information included in the annual report, but does not include the financial statements and our auditor's report thereon. The annual report is expected to be made available to us after the date of the auditor's report. Our opinion on the financial statements does not cover the other information, and we will not express any form of assurance conclusion thereon. In connection with our audit of the financial statements, our responsibility is to read the other information identified above when it becomes available.
And in doing so, consider whether the other information is materially inconsistent with the financial statement or knowledge contained in the audit, or otherwise appears to be materially misstated. When you read the annual report, if we conclude that there is a material
Material misstatement therein, we are required to communicate the matter to those charged with governance. Responsibilities of management and those charged with governance for the financial statements. Management is responsible for the preparation of financial statements that give a true and fair view in accordance with IFRS and the Jamaican Companies Act, and for such internal control as management determines is necessary to enable the preparation and of financial statements that are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error. In preparing the financial statements, management is responsible for assessing the company's ability to continue as a going concern, disclosing, as applicable, matters related to going concern and using the going concern basis of accounting unless management either intends to liquidate the company or cease operations or has no realistic alternative but to do so. Those charged with governance are responsible for overseeing the company's financial reporting process. The auditor's responsibilities for the audit of the financial statements. Our objectives are to obtain reasonable assurance about whether the financial statements as a whole are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error, and to issue an auditor's report that includes our opinion. Reasonable assurance is a high level of assurance, but is not a guarantee that an audit conducted in accordance with the ISAs will always detect a material misstatement when it exists. Misstatements can arise from fraud or error and are considered material if individually or in the aggregate they could reasonably be expected to influence economic decisions of users taken on the basis of these financial statements. A further description of our responsibilities for the audit of the financial statements is included in the appendix to this report. This description, which is located on pages 5 to 6, forms part of our auditor's report. Report on additional matters as required by the Jamaican Companies Act. We have obtained all the information and explanations which, to the best of our knowledge and belief, were necessary for the purposes of our audit. In our opinion, proper accounting records have been maintained so far as appears from our examination of those records, and the financial statements which are in agreement therewith give the information required by the Jamaican Companies Act in the manner required. The engagement partner on the audit resulting in this independent auditor's report is Rajan Trail. KPMG, Chartered Accountants, Kingston, Jamaica, December 23, 2020.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thompson.
Financial statements and the director's report for 2020 are before us. And I don't know if there are any questions that we may have on them. Otherwise, we can hold them until the 2021 report in the interest of time. What time is it? 20. Yes, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Young.
Pineapple light, almost expensive.
Note A, Note B, and 16 taxation A.
Hey, I don't man.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Page 56.
Yeah, 15 A, financial costs. Running costs. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, A, D, and 16 A. Yeah?
56.
Yeah, 15. financial income.
Wait a second. Which year you're dealing with?
2021 and
No, no, the 2020, we're not yet at the 2021 financial year.
come back, is it?
Okay. Uh, any questions, any observations pertaining to 2020 financial? All right, apparently there are none, so we can know. I can't, well, I'm going to move for the acceptance of the audited financial statement, auditor's report, and the director's report. Do I have a seconder? You'll second it? I second it. Well, all right, I second it. Okay, thank you. All in favor? All against? All right, the motion is carried. Item.
The second resolution relates to people proposed for election to be directors. The proposals had to be made between the 16th and 23rd of March 2021. I can in fact confirm that we did not receive any such proposals. So there are no persons to consider in the resolution.
Item 2, the amount shown in the audited financial statement for the year ended September 29th as fees. No, incorrect. Number 3, to appoint auditors and authorize the directors to fix the remuneration of the auditors for the year ending September 2020, 2021? 2021, yeah. Sorry? What I'm going to do is we have this is the meeting for the 2020 financial statements. The 2021 is a separate meeting. We'll convene afterwards. So we just do it the formal side of the thing. So I move the resolution that the KPMG be reappointed auditors for the financial year ending September 2021. Do I have a seconder? All right. Those in favor? Those against? Motion is carried. Declare that no dividend for the year ended September 2020 be approved. To consider with thought fit the following resolution. Resolution 4, number 4, that no dividend be declared in respect of the year ended September 2020. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Cameron Burnett, moved by myself. All those in favor? Those against? Motion is carried and no dissenting voice. Approve the remuneration of directors to consider, item 5, to consider and if thought fit pass the following resolution. Resolution is that the amount shown in the audited financial statements for the year ended September 2020 as fees to directors for services as directors be and is hereby approved. Do I have a seconder for the resolution? All right. Those in favor? Those against? The motion is carried. Item 6, approve share buyback. I'm going to pass this one to you. You can deal with that.
So, resolution 6. The resolution is that the company be authorised to make open market purchases of its own shares at a price not exceeding 85% of the net asset value of the shares at the time the purchase is made. This authority would go into effect from the time it's passed and would actually expire at the next annual general meeting, which of course will be held later today. Well, I think the resolution can be considered, and then there'll be a similar resolution in the when we come to the 2021.
Yes, since this resolution, as stated, would end today, I don't see any value in actually considering it, so I'm suggesting that we have it withdrawn. We're going to vote on it in 2021 again. All right, so there seems no objection to that.
That's the last item on the agenda.
That's the last item on the agenda. So the meeting for the 20 financial, to consider the 2020 financial statement
Tell them that
is at an end, so
the people
terminated.
that are in
And the next one,
the Zoom,
are we
them chatting and going on, and it's coming through.
right on spot at 9:30? Extraordinary general meeting. Consider two things, two resolutions. Chairman, I'm going to pass it over to you.
Morning again. So we are now beginning the extraordinary general meeting that is scheduled for 9:30. There are two resolutions to consider. The first resolution is to adopt amended articles of incorporation. The background for the changes to the articles essentially arise from the events of COVID. When COVID came, it was not possible to have physical meetings. Are entitled under the law these days to hold meetings electronically, but articles of incorporation have to permit electronic meetings and electronic communications to shareholders. So the purpose of adopting these new articles is to allow those things to happen, and that is the first resolution before the shareholders this morning.
The resolution is as follows, and I'm going to move the resolution. Be it resolved that new articles of incorporation, a copy of which is available for inspection at the company's office at 2 Bell Road, Kingston 11, and at the company's website, www.qwinvestment.com, be approved and adopted by the company in case of the company's present articles of incorporation, and the directors be and are authorized and directed to register such articles of incorporation with the Office of the Registrar of Companies, with or without such amendment as the Board of Directors of the company may deem appropriate after receiving any propositions from the Registrar of Companies. So that is the resolution before us. Do I have a seconder of the resolution? We have a vote on it. If my memory serves me right, this article, correct me, does it now require the appointment of directors, representatives of directors?
Could you repeat the question?
Was it
Camera, and you ready?
to appoint to have
But it looks like it don't tell them.
at the general meeting?
Yes, there is a rotation requirement relating to the directors.
Okay.
Does it have share
And does it
buyback?
have share buyback in
No, the lady. Yeah.
all right.
What's it? Yeah.
Can I put
Can
it
I
to
put
the
it to the
vote?
vote if
There are no
there
other
are no other
questions.
questions
She's
or
that company in
clarifications?
charge of everything. Virgin.
Um, yeah. Um,
So the resolution
so the
have
resolution
moved
have
resolution.
Don't
moved
give
the
me a link,
resolution.
then
Can
we
we
have to
vote
Second.
queued up there.
we vote on it? Those in favor?
Dying.
If it's allowed. All right. And those against? All right. The resolution is carried.
Now, you finish.
Move on to the item 2 of the
Okay.
extraordinary general meeting. Cameron, your time again.
At both.
So
Second.
the matter relates to the way in which the company's investment committee is remunerated. In the prospectus, the method of remuneration was set out, and basically what it said at that time is that the investment committee members would receive payment equal to 10% of the net investment return of the company in excess of the hurdle rate. And the hurdle rate was established as the percentage change in the MSCI All Country World Index, which is published by MSCI. So this is one of many indexes which are published by MSCI. MSCI is partially owned by Morgan Stanley, the big American investment bank, and the All Country World Index was an index that, or is an index that tracks about 50 different stock markets and something like two or 3,000 different companies. So it's meant to be basically an index of all the prices of all companies in the world. What the company has found is that, in fact, most of our investments as a company have been in Jamaica, and using a world index to track the company's performance is not really the most appropriate one. So some complete changes are proposed. The first is to change the hurdle index from the world index to the JSE combined index, which is an index that most Jamaicans who make investments will be familiar with. And the second aspect of the way in which the investment committee is to be paid is, instead of paying 10% of the return in excess of the hurdle rate, the proposal is to reduce that to 7%, but also to put a fixed fee into the arrangement which did
Hello?
not exist before. So the fixed fee would become an annual
Who?
retainer of $2.5 million.
Oh, at home.
Those two little girls, they waving to him, he ignored them. Him touch the white girl and ignored the two.
The remuneration of the individuals comprising the investment committee of the company, or if there's a corporate body, such corporate body as is authorized to manage the company's investments, will be as follows. So each investment committee member or such corporate body will be paid an annual retainer fee of 2.5 million Jamaican dollars, a fixed annual fee equal to 0.2% of the net value of the portfolio, and an annual incentive fee equal to 7% of the net investment returns above the JSE combined index for the financial year. And this money is to be paid to and divided amongst the members as the board decides, and it's subject to a maximum of 3% of the company's net asset value in any one financial year.
So that you're proposing so I second, well, I'll second the resolution. Before we vote, any questions, any observations, any comments? All right, apparently there are no comments. Can we have a vote on the motion? Those in favor? Those against? All right, the motion is carried. That brings us, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the extraordinary general meeting. The next meeting is at 10 o'clock, and we're not quite there at 10 o'clock yet. So we'll take a break. I see what looks like orange juice and I presume coffee and water in the back. So some people can stretch their legs and their feet in the meantime until we get to 10. Thank you very much indeed.
Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Nice up the porridge you're making. Mix it in a sauce and bacon. The coconut flavor you love, now in evaporated and the condensed milk. No dairy, no gluten, all good. Just blend some up in your shake. Whisk it up in your cake. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Distributed by Amalgamated Distributors Limited.
It smells so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It smells so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It smells so good right now. Don't never ever ever wanna calm down. Oh no, no.
Better every day, better for you, better moments, better together, better memories, all those good times we need. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley Tea. Better with Tetley Tea. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley Tea. Better with Tetley Tea. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Nice up the porridge you're making. Mix it in a sauce and bacon. The coconut flavor you love, now in evaporated and the condensed milk. No dairy, no gluten, all good. Just blend some up in your shake. Whisk it up in your cake. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Distributed by Amalgamated Distributors Limited.
It smells so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It smells so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It smells so good right now.
drive like this, man? Why?
Better every day, better for you, better moments, better together, better memories. All those good times we need. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley Tea. Better with Tetley Tea. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley Tea. Better with Tetley Tea. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Nice up the porridge you're making. Mix it in a sauce and bacon. The coconut flavor you love, now in evaporated and the condensed milk. No dairy, no gluten, all good. Just blend some up in your shake. Whisk it up in your cake. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Distributed by Amalgamated Distributors Limited.
It smells so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It smells so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It smells so good right now. Don't ever wanna calm down. Oh, no, no. Yeah.
Better every day, better for you, better moments, better together, better memories. All those good times we need. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley Tea. Better with Tetley Tea. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley Tea. Better with Tetley Tea. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Nice up the porridge you're making. Mix it in a sauce and bacon. The coconut flavor you love, now in evaporated and the condensed milk. No dairy, no gluten, all good. Just blend some up in your shake. Whisk it up in your cake. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Distributed by Amalgamated Distributors Limited. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Nice up the porridge you're making. Mix it in a sauce and bacon. The coconut flavor you love, now in evaporated and the condensed milk. No dairy, no gluten, all good. Just blend some up in your shake. Whisk it up in your cake. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Distributed by Amalgamated Distributors Limited.
It feels so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It feels so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It feels so good right now. Don't never ever ever wanna calm down. Oh no, no.
Better every day, better for you, better moments, better together, better memories. All those good times we need, life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley Tea, better with Tetley Tea. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley Tea. Better with Tetley Tea. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Nice up the porridge you're making. Mix it in a sauce and bacon. The coconut flavor you love, now in evaporated and the condensed milk. No dairy, no gluten, all good. Just blend some up in your shake. Whisk it up in your cake. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Distributed by Amalgamated Distributors Limited.
It feels so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It feels so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It feels so good right now. Don't never ever ever wanna calm down. Oh no, no.
Better every day, better for you, better moments, better together, better memories. All those good times we need, life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley Tea, better with Tetley Tea. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley Tea. Better with Tetley Tea. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Nice up the porridge you're making. Mix it in sauce and bacon. The coconut flavor you love, now in evaporated and the condensed milk. No dairy, no gluten, all good. Just blend some up in your shake. Whisk it up in your cake. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Distributed by Amalgamated Distributors Limited.
It feels so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It feels so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It feels so good right now. Don't never ever ever wanna calm down. Oh no, no.
Better every day, better for you, better moments, better together, better memories. All those good times we need, life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley Tea, better with Tetley Tea. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley Tea. Better with Tetley Tea. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk, and coconut condensed milk. Mmm. Nice up the porridge you're making. Mix it in a sauce and bacon. The coconut flavor you love, now in evaporated and the condensed milk. No dairy, no gluten, all good. Just blend some up in your shake. Whisk it up in your cake. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Distributed by Amalgamated Distributors Limited.
It's feeling so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It's feeling so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It's feeling so good right now. Don't never ever ever wanna come down. Oh, no, no.
Better every day, better for you, better moments, better together, better memories, all those good times we need. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley Tea. Better with Tetley Tea. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley Tea. Better with Tetley Tea. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Mmm. Nice up the porridge you're making. Mix it in a sauce and bacon. The coconut flavor you love, now in evaporated and the condensed milk. No dairy, no gluten, all good. Just blend some up in your shake. Whisk it up in your cake. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Distributed by Amalgamated Distributors Limited.
It's feeling so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It's feeling so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It's feeling so good right now. Don't never ever ever wanna calm down. Oh, no, no.
Better every day, better for you, better moments, better together, better memories, all those good times. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Mmm. Nice up the porridge you're making. Mix it in a sauce and bacon. The coconut flavor you love, now in evaporated and the condensed milk. No dairy, no gluten, all good. Just blend some up in your shake. Whisk it up in your cake. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Distributed by Amalgamated Distributors Limited.
It's feeling so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It's feeling so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It's feeling so good right now. Don't never ever ever wanna calm down. Oh, no, no.
better for you, better moments, better together, better memories. All those good times we need. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley tea. Better with Tetley tea. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley tea. Better with Tetley tea. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Nice up the porridge you're making. Mix it in a sauce and bacon. The coconut flavor you love, now in evaporated and the condensed milk. No dairy, no gluten, all good. Just blend some up in your shake. Whisk it up in your cake. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Distributed by Amalgamated Distributors Limited.
It's feeling so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It's feeling so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It's feeling so good right now. Don't never ever ever wanna come down. No, no, yeah, yeah.
Better every day, better for you, better moments, better together, better memories. All those good times we need. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley tea. Better with Tetley tea. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley tea. Better with Tetley tea.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now slightly after 10 o'clock. So I call the AGM for the 2021 financial year to order. So those persons who have the resolutions will see right. So, okay. All right. Let me just reintroduce and introduce for the first time the persons on this platform. I'm John Jackson, the director of the company. To my left are Cameron Burnett, who's also company secretary. He's also director of the company. John Mafood, Evan Sweet. Evan, you want to take off your mask so people can see you properly? Yeah, thank you very much. Evan also runs a company called Iron Rock. Sounds like some entertainment company, doesn't it? Yeah. Carl Carby is to Evan's left, and somebody who believes he's a lawyer is to the extreme. Look at the socks that he has. He should be charged for the socks he's wearing. Malcolm, welcome. Right? But when you have money, that's what you do. You dress in an outlandish way. All right, welcome, gentlemen. And we already said the prayers, Malcolm, early on. So for the extraordinary meeting, so it carries over here. David Stevens is likely to be on the digital, join us digitally. He's also a director. All right, so the meeting is called order, as indicated. Those who have copies of the financial statement, page 6, sets out the notice of the annual general meeting of UWI Investment, which is being held today at the Pegasus Hotel, commencing at 10 o'clock. And the first item on the agenda is to receive and approve the audited financial statement for the year ended 30th September 2021, and the report of directors and the auditors herewith. And to consider and if thought fit, pass resolution number 1. But before we pass the resolution, I'm going to ask Mr. Johnson or his assistant if he would kindly bless us with his report. Mr. Johnson.
Good morning again. Independent auditors report to the members of QWI Investments Limited. Opinion. We have audited the financial statements of QWI Investments Limited, the company, set out on pages 36 to 62, which comprise the statement of financial position as at September 30th, 2021, the statements of profit or loss and other comprehensive income, changes in equity and cash flows for the year then ended, and notes comprising the significant accounting policies and other explanatory information. In our opinion, the accompanying financial statements give a true and fair view of the financial position of the company as at September 30th, 2021, and of its financial performance and its cash flows for the year then ended in accordance with International Financial Reporting Standards, IFRS, and the Jamaican Companies Act. I'm going to go to the key audit matters. Report on the key audit matters. Key audit matters. Key audit matters are those matters that, in our professional judgment, were of most significance in our audit of the financial statements of the current period. These matters were addressed in the context of our audit of the financial statements as a whole, and informing our opinion thereon, and we do not provide a separate opinion on these matters. Valuation of investments. Key audit matter. The company holds significant investments in equity securities listed on multiple stock exchanges. The company uses quoted mid or closing prices to value these investments. The valuation of these investments, although based on observable market prices, continues to suffer from increased volatility as a result of the spread of COVID-19. The pandemic has resulted in a decline in trading activities for a number of listed shares. This reduction in trading has also resulted in some listed shares having a wider gap between the bid and ask prices, which may indicate that the shares are not actively trading. As a result, judgment may be required to determine whether the quoted prices used by management represents prices from an active market, and where mid prices are used, determine whether there is a wide gap between the bid and ask prices, and thus does not provide a reasonable indication of fair value. See Note 4 and Note 20E. How the matter was addressed in our audit. Our procedures in this area include the following: assessing and testing the design and implementation of the company's control over the determination and computation of fair values, challenging the reasonableness of prices used by the company by comparing to independent third-party information, including assessing whether prices used falls within the bid-ask spread as required by IFRS 13 fair value measurement, reperforming fair value calculations and assessing whether fair value was appropriately determined by considering the provisions of IFRS 13 fair value measurement and reviewing the volume of trade for the securities held by the company at year-end, and assessing the adequacy of the disclosure, including the degree of estimation involved in determining fair values. Jumping over, report on additional matters as required by the Jamaican Companies Act. We have obtained all of the information and explanations which, to the best of our knowledge and belief, were necessary for the purposes of our audit. In our opinion, proper accounting records have been maintained so far as appears from our examination of those records, and the financial statements, which are in agreement therewith, give the information required by the Jamaican Companies Act in the manner required. The engagement partner on the audit resulting in this independent auditor's report is Rajan Trehan. It's KPMG, Chartered Accountants, Kingston, Jamaica, date December 30, 2021. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Staple. Appendix to the Independent Auditor's Report. As part of an audit, in accordance with the ISAs, we exercise professional judgment and maintain professional skepticism throughout the audit. We also identify and assess the risks of material statement of the financial statements, whether due to fraud or error, design and perform audit procedures responsive to those risks, and obtain audit evidence that is sufficient and appropriate to provide a basis for our opinion. The risk of not detecting a material misstatement resulting from fraud is higher than one resulting from error. As a result, as fraud may involve collusion, forgery, intentional omissions, misrepresentations, or the override of internal control. Obtain an understanding of internal control relevant to the audit in order to design audit procedures that are appropriate in the circumstances, but not for the purpose of expressing an opinion on the effectiveness of the company's internal control. Evaluate the appropriateness of accounting policies used and the reasonableness of accounting estimates and related disclosures made by management. Conclude on the appropriateness of management's use of the going concern basis of accounting and, based on the audit evidence obtained, whether a material uncertainty exists related to events or conditions that may cast significant doubt on the company's ability to continue as a going concern. If we conclude that a material uncertainty exists, we are required to draw attention in our auditor's report to the related disclosures in the financial statements, or if such disclosures are inadequate, to modify our opinion. Our conclusions are based on the audit evidence obtained up to the date of our auditor's report. However, future events or conditions may cause the company to cease to continue as a going concern. Evaluate the overall presentation, structure, and content of the financial statements, including the disclosures, and whether the financial statements represent the underlying transactions and events in a manner that achieves fair presentation. We communicate with those charged with governance regarding, among other matters, the planned scope and the timing of the audit and significant audit findings, including any significant deficiencies in internal control that we identify during our audit. We also provide those charged with governance with a statement that we have complied with relevant ethical requirements regarding independence, and communicate with them all relationships and other matters that may reasonably be thought to bear on our independence, and where applicable, actions taken to eliminate threats or safeguards applied. From the matters communicated with those charged with governance, we determine those matters that were of most significance in the audit of the financial statements of the current period and therefore are key audit matters. We describe these matters in our auditor's report unless law or regulation precludes public disclosure about the matters, or when, in extremely rare circumstances, we determine that a matter should not be communicated in our report because the adverse consequences of doing so would reasonably be expected to outweigh the public interest benefits of such communication. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. All right, before we vote on the resolution, I think Mr. Livingston Young had raised a question about what we plan to do to turn the company around. But the financial statements of 2021 already reflect a turnaround in the fortunes of the company from a loss the year before to a profit last year. The numbers that we had for the company up to the March financial 6-month period had reflected that we had made further progress in moving things forward. The numbers subsequent, as investors are only aware that interest rates have been rising internationally and locally, and particularly in the United States, where we took a position to trim the portfolio there, and the first step we took, one of the first steps, was to eliminate borrowed funds used to purchase shares in the United States market. So that was eliminated at an early stage. We went on further to liquidate some of the shares and have cash on hand. So we are in a position, when we think the timing is right, to redeploy some of those funds in market to take advantage of low stock prices. In the local market, we had positioned ourselves very well in a number of stocks, particularly in junior market, that did very well. So we had some like Caribbean producers, which went up quite considerably to $20 odd per share. It has pulled back subsequently. And we had Dolphin Cove. The same thing has happened. So, but we are positioned, I think, pretty well to take advantage of upward movement in stock prices, which are going to happen. We have just passed through a period where the market traditionally tend to peak for a while at any rate in the first half of the year, in April, May, and there afterwards you start to get some profit taking place. I believe that the signals, the Jamaican economy is almost, I think by the numbers for the second quarter of this year are likely to show that the economy has come back to where it was prior to COVID. The tourism numbers, I think, for the first time are probably exceeding what happened in 2019. For the first quarter of this year, tourism was about 70% of what it was. The tourist arrivals were about 70% of where it was back in 2019. But things look positive for the second quarter this year. As you will have seen, the unemployment numbers are at the lowest level it has been historically at 6% of the workforce. The workforce is actually contracted about 20,000. It's about 20,000 persons less than it was in 2020 at the record levels then in January 2020. And it looks as if with the tourism numbers coming back and the overall economy having been opened up, we are likely to see significant improvement in the profitability of a number of listed companies. And those that are attached to the tourism trade are some of the ones that are likely to rebound fastest. And that rebound is going to carry into 2022, 2023, based on how the tourism trade has bounced back. So interest rates have gone up. I believe interest rates, that's my personal view, are going to decrease before the end of the year, because I think Bank of Jamaica has overdone it. And the numbers for inflation indicates that inflation since October last year is under 6% per annum. And the fiscal year, the calendar year to date is even lower. And the fiscal year suggests that inflation is just over 4%. So I would believe those trends are going to continue into the future, which will be beneficial for stock prices. My wish is that in the States, interest rates will soon peak, and therefore the opportunity as inflation hopefully starts to subside, and that will actually provide a basis for stocks in the United States to start to move forward again. There are some signs, but it's too early at the moment to say categorically that the market is ready to move. But the same principle applies that in Jamaica, where the market tends to do fairly well up to April, May, as people see new results coming forth, and then quiet down until sometime in July is probably what may be taking place in the United States market. So those are some of the things that we do. We're meeting at least every fortnight, and sometime more quickly than that as a committee to examine the portfolio and look at opportunities that may exist. And from time to time, good opportunities arise and we take advantage of it. So, but investors need to understand that stocks don't go up in a straight line all the while. They go sideways. Trajectory hopefully is positively upwards. So there are going to be periods when stock prices may sag somewhat, but what is important is whether the trajectory over a 1 year or 2 year period or more will be positive. And I think we are well positioned to take advantage of what I believe is going to be a positive 12-month period, 2-year period or longer. Are there any other questions pertaining to the 2021 financials? So does that satisfy you? And sorry, reminder, can you, when you ask a question, can you come to the mic because it is being fed electronically out, and state your name for the records, please.
Livingston, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, I'm hearing. We are hearing.
You can turn to page 56, note 15, A, D, 16, taxation A.
Yes.
Financial income, foreign exchange gains, interest income. All right, 2021 with Nova Scotia NCB share capital. You can explain to you, Sheol, in 2021 alone. 2020, let's very carefully, Mr. Chairman. 2021, 2,984,526. And Nova Scotia of 1,031,000. You can explain to you in 2021 alone, NCB share capital, the dash, 1,031,000. Give a explanation, if you know, please.
That, I think, lists the interest income that actually the company earned from funds that we had. Well, the first item was actually foreign exchange gain net, which is $2.984 million. Yeah. The information regarding Bank of Nova Scotia and NCB would have been interest received on funds that they would have that we had with them.
Okay. All right, jump down to D, financial costs. Explain to a third-party interest, married loan, bank overdraft of $25,092,700. Can you look at bank?
We borrow funds. We utilize borrowed funds in investing in the portfolio. If you recall earlier, I mentioned that we had liquidated the margin facilities we had in the U.S. market sometime early this year. Right? We utilize both local borrowed funds and U.S. funds in acquiring assets in the portfolio. So that's the interest that we would have paid on those funds during the year.
I see have a related party interest demands of loans. As I say, they borrow a loan, right?
We had borrowed funds from Jamaican Teas during the year, which I think has now been repaid. So that would be the interest that we paid on those funds.
All right, turn to page 59.
59?
Yeah, 59.
59?
59. Yeah. 20, no 20. C, jump to the bottom part of the annual report. This is in US and TTT. Dear Mr. Chairman? Yeah, due for bank, married loan, cash, and cash equivalent. Based upon what we just said a while ago. Explain to a little bit.
Is that your page 59?
Yeah, 59. It based upon the what we just said here. Well, I just want to give an explanation. This is in US and TTT. Give a little explanation. About 77,183,000. Give married one of 38. Yeah, 38,967. Just give a little explanation. Cash and cash equivalent. Cash and cash equivalent on it.
Marina, this is that we had
margin.
We had margin loans are loans that we use secured by equity the equity portfolio.
Yes.
Right, so that if we defaulted, the institution could dispose of the shares. So but that was
30 million.
Sorry.
The margin loan of 38 million. The bracket I talk about.
What it says, at the reporting date, the company's net exposure to foreign exchange risk was as follows, and these represent holdings that we had with, so in this case, margin loan,
Yeah, right.
we would have borrowed funds to the tune of $38,000, $38,000
Yeah.
Jamaican dollars
Yes,
in the U.S. market.
Yeah.
And then there are funds due from brokers to us. And this is like the Jamaican market.
Oh,
So
cash and-
brokers owed us money, and then there I see an investment. It's total investment portfolio.
Let's go alcohol on the cash and cash equivalent of what?
Cash and cash equivalent.
Yeah, yeah.
That we would have had surplus cash.
Okay.
Or the equivalent of that at the end of the period.
All right, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Staple, good morning to you. I thought you weren't, I didn't see the earlier meetings, so I thought you had enough of me, so as chairman, so you weren't going to come.
Good morning to you, members of the board, fellow shareholders, morning. Mr. Chair, we have to give God thanks for being here today. And despite the challenges,
Absolutely.
we are grateful to our Heavenly Father for bringing us safely to this meeting. And I hope His Holy Spirit will be in our midst today so that we can accept each other's thoughts on what is happening. And at the end of this meeting, we ask Him to take us safely back to our various destinations. Mr. Chair, turn me to page 10. What accounted for this unrealized fair value gain in 2021 versus fair value loss in 2020? Your comments.
Cameron. Page 10?
Page 10.
While he's considering it, as you know, 2020 is a year in which we had COVID. All stock markets in the world nosedived. Right? Some sort of recovered somewhat. In our case, we didn't get, in the Jamaican case, we didn't get full recovery in that year, and therefore we picked up a fair bit of loss. Overall loss is some $300 million. We nevertheless kept our feet to the fire, and in 2021, things turned around, and we realized significant gains in that particular year.
Do you foresee this changing for 2022?
Well, the early indicators were that we had actually moved into a positive position up to the second quarter. The June quarter, there have been some ruffles in the market, both locally and overseas. Interest rates have gone up as well. But it's my belief that we will end up the year, all things being equal, in a positive position.
Mr. Chair, turn me to page 10, cash flows. What accounted for the non-existence of bank overdraft in 2021 versus 49 million in 2020?
Hold a second, Mr. Staple. I'm not. Page 10. Page 10 of that's the corporate governance page, or do we have another 10? What document you're reading from?
I'm reading from the annual report.
Well, you need to give me a different page, because I think I have a different number. Page 10 I have is a corporate governance report in my annual report. So tell me what page, what's the statement on the page that you have?
Page 10.
What's the heading?
QWI Investments Limited, statement of cash flow year ended 30th September
All right, okay.
2021.
All right, page 39 in the annual report. Okay, go ahead. Yes, Mr. Staple, go ahead.
Yes, I was saying.
Those persons who have physical copies of the annual report, it would be page 39. I think Mr. Staple has a condensed version. Yeah.
Okay. So my question is, what accounted for the non-existence of bank overdraft in 2021 versus 49 million in 2020?
Well, we have a facility with Bank of Nova Scotia, an overdraft facility.
Are you with me, Mr. Chair?
Sorry?
Are you with me?
I'm answering Mr. Staple.
Yes.
We have a facility with Bank of Nova Scotia for an overdraft. Right? From time to time, we may utilize the overdraft, and at other times it may not be utilized. So essentially it would have been utilized at this time in 2020, but in September 2021, it was extinguished. It's still available, but it just happens that at that time it wasn't utilized. Essentially, we use it more from a convenience standpoint than to keep it there as a permanent. And overdrafts are not meant to be a permanent facility in terms of utilization.
Okay, Mr. Chair. Turn me to page 24.
Give me the heading again, sir.
Management fees, Jamaica Teas Limited. What is this? Can you tell me what this is for? Moving from 19 million to 24 million.
The agreement between Jamaican Teas does all, QWI doesn't employ anybody. It doesn't employ anybody, doesn't have any office or anything of that nature. So the services for accounting services, etc., management services are provided by Jamaican Teas Limited, and there's a stated fee structure, which is a percentage of the net asset value on a monthly basis that is charged for management services. So it will fluctuate as the portfolio gyrates in one direction or the other. It will fluctuate.
Mr. Chair, turn me to page 7.
Tell me the heading again, sir. What
Page
note
7.
what? What is the note? Note number what?
Page 7. What accounted for this difference?
No, Mr. Staple.
Hello?
You're not listening to me. What note is it?
QWI Investments Limited, Statements of Financial State Position.
What is the note number? The number of the note that you're referring to.
I didn't hear that, Mr. Chair.
The note, what note? There's a note number there. Can you indicate to us what is the note number? Huh? Page 36.
Yeah, page 7.
Yeah, go ahead.
What accounted for this difference in accounts receivable of 1 million
of $26 million
versus 27.5 million in 2021? What accounted for this difference in payables?
You turn to note 6. Note 6 breaks down the receivables. Prepaid expenses, 3.9 million due from brokers, $24 million. So those are that's in 2021 versus what it was in 2020. So we will have sold shares at the end of the year, and the brokers would be holding those funds at that particular point in time.
We're not hearing you quite clearly, Mr. Chair. I am not hearing you quite clearly.
What I'm saying, if note 6 shows the breakdown of the receivables.
Yes.
All right, and the biggest item there is amounts from brokers, which is $24 million. And prepaid expenses accounted for the second largest item in 2021, which is $3.85 million. And I'm indicating from time to time we buy or sell shares, and it would appear at this point in time we sold shares, and the brokers owed that amount of money.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'm not happy with what, I don't want to keep up the meeting.
But what you're not happy with? Okay.
All right. I have something I pose in my mind, Mr. Chairman. Livingston again.
What page?
Turn to financial statement. 61. Note 20, CD.
Yes.
You there, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I see you have a 5% in 2020 and 7% increase. I see you have a decrease of 12.5%. Can you explain to me on it, please? DSC.
Mr. Johnson?
Young.
Mr. Johnson, can you help me out with this? You need to just.
So this is really an assessment of the volatility of the equities that the company would hold. And these rates are set by the ICAJ. So it would have been, in 2020, the rate that was set at the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Jamaica would have been 7%.
Yeah.
And in 2021, it would have been 5%. Same for the decrease of 12.5% for 2020, and for 2021, it would have been 5%.
Oh.
Those are standard rate sets that were used.
Oh. All right, thank you.
All right, I don't think are there any more questions on the financial statements? If not, we're going to move on to after a vote on the audited statement, I'm going to move for the audited statements. The director's report be accepted as presented. Do I have a seconder? Seconder for the motion, please. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Broomfield. Those in favor? Those against? Motion is carried. All right, so we can go on to item 2. All right, as indicated, well, let me not. The Article Association as it stood or stands prior to this meeting was that unless there were notices of appointment to the board, the existing directorship would remain in place. So the scenario, one issue is that Mr. Carl Carby, has tendered his resignation, effective at the end of this meeting, to continue as a board of directors. I will thank Mr. Carby for his services over the years. In a sense, Mr. Evan Thwaites has sort of substituted for him because we are aware that he had intended to demit office sometime. All right, so there's no resolution for the directors. So we can go on to item 3. Item 3 relates to the appointment of auditors. I've been advised that there are discussions taking place with KPMG, and we've informed them that we are not going to do a selection or election of auditors at this meeting. So I ask that this resolution 3 be well, we'll at some later date we'll call a meeting to appoint the auditors. But for this meeting, this is not an item we're going to consider. We're going to defer item 3. So we go to item 4, resolution 4, that no dividend be declared in respect of the year ending September 21. All right. So I'm putting that, as people are aware, we paid a dividend this year of 3.5 cents relating to the current year. That is the 2022 financial year. So I'm proposing that the resolution has stated that no dividend be declared in respect of the year end September 2021 be approved. Yes, Mr. Staple. Mr. Staple, can you go to the mic, please?
Yes, Audit Staple. Mr. Chair, I find it very strange to see how in 2021 we made a profit. Did we?
Yes, we made a profit in 2021.
And I find it strange to see how we cannot declare a dividend to our minority shareholders.
Well, the issue
or shareholders.
The issue in 2021, Mr. Staple, is that we had come out of a loss of the previous year. So we didn't recover fully at that period of time. And the directors felt that it would not have been prudent to declare a dividend. Subsequently, for this year, we have, as you are aware, we made a dividend payment, and we came up with a policy that we pay up to something like 25%, 20 to 25% of the profit in a year to shareholders.
Mr. Chair, what I see happening is that everybody, all businesses are holding back on their dividend payments, basically. Or what they are paying is like chicken feed.
Well, Mr. Staple, the 3.5 cents that we paid is equivalent to something like 8 or 9% annualized on the stock price. And the proposal, if the profits continue to rise, is that there's likely to be another payment pertaining to this fiscal year. Okay, so I hear what you're saying, but we are not unconscious of how investors generally feel, and we are occupied at the board level with the concern about the stock price. So, and we understand that a number of things impact the stock price, and dividend is one of those factors. Investors see QWI being a company that can provide them with growth over time, as well as a decent dividend-paying institution.
Mr. Chair, my feeling, and this is personal, my feeling is that in the IPO, free money, no interest charges on these monies were given. So free money was given or generated in these IPOs. And what I see happening, Mr. Chair, is that for the minority shareholders, I don't think the companies are interested in minority shareholders anymore. The days of that has gone. And what is happening is that all minority shareholders have eked out their last farthing into these IPOs. And what is happening is that these IPOs, when going on the stock market, that's the end of it. That's the end of it.
Yeah, but Mr. Staple, let me just deal with QWI. I can deal with QWI here, and later on I can deal with Jamaican Teas. I'm not going to be discussing in this meeting what other companies do in terms of dividend.
I agree with you.
I am a minority shareholder.
Yes.
I understand or I think I understand the feeling of shareholders generally speaking, and I'm not oblivious of those views. I
Yes.
think my directors are of the same position. So I will, as an individual investor and as a director of the company, I will use my knowledge as best I can and to whatever influence I have to guide company and to protect you, because I want to see QWI investment be at the forefront of investors' mind when they want to invest. The same way the Jamaica Teas has become a very attractive stock for many new investors who see the prospects being bright. It is my view I want to see the same thing happen for QWI, and the directors are not oblivious of that situation. It's a matter that we have discussed over and over again. So we're not, and that's why we came up with policy that will make a fairly attractive return to investors in terms of dividends. So I hear what you're saying. We understand the principle.
Well, I'm glad you understand, Mr. Chair, and your members understand what is happening.
Yeah.
And, you know, we all wish our company the best. We all wish the company is the best. But at the same time, we want to ensure that as minority shareholders, we are not thrown through the glass door.
Mr. Staple, let me just make one last point.
Yes.
Right? QWI came to market at a time when the market was very buoyant. We collected $1 billion or just under $1 billion in cash. It is the view of the board that, and the view that I have, we want to be able to come back to the marketplace to get fresh capital to expand the operations, right? So we are not, if we want to come back to get additional capital with an APO, IPO, whatever it is, rights issue, we have to make sure that the bulk of our shareholders are satisfied that we are doing what is right, that they will feel that they feel that they can part with some of their cash because they know they're going to get the right rate of return down the road. But I go back to the Jamaican Teas thing. You see, Jamaica Teas is the only company on the junior market that's given 3 stock splits to date. No other junior market company has done that. And that's a popular action that investors look forward to, right? We try to speak to the investors as best we can so that they can understand what is taking place. And we try to do the same thing at QWI. So rest assured that investors' interest is at the heart of this company.
Mr. Chair, I appreciate that very much, that we are at the heart and that you and your members are not discarding us, but treating us the way we should be treated.
Well, if we paid $40 million in dividend in April, so if you didn't think that we thought of you, then we wouldn't have done that. Because we could have kept it and reinvested it, or kept it invested.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much for the question. Ms.
Good morning, everyone. Apologies for being so late. I've missed everything. Question.
You haven't missed everything.
Well, hello, John.
How are you? Speak a little louder for us.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes. So the question that I want to ask
you need to state your name for the benefit of the.
For the record, I am Carrie Tape.
No, the feed.
I'm Carrie Tape. I'm a shareholder. So the question that I would like to ask is, I noticed that the net asset value, the NAV, the net asset value valuation is not a popular, how do I use it? is not a popular way of valuing a company. And to me, it seems the way to go forward, meaning, yes, we have other fundamentals by which we used to determine the price of a company, and this company is trading way below its net asset value at what, 86 cents as a posted value of $1.31, $1.32. I'm not quite sure, my sense. However, what can be done to sensitize or educate the market? Because to me, it seems that people with expertise like this that put together a portfolio similar to the S&P 500 index or all these funds that do very well, to me, it seems that they should be rewarded. Is there any way or anything that can be done to sensitize the market, to educate the market, so that they will more accept a NAV valuation? And there's a reason that I asked this question.
My own view is, Cameron, let you. Then I ask Mr. Cameron Burnett to speak with his views.
Yeah, the issue of QWI's share price being below the net asset value is not unique to QWI. The Sagicor Select funds, the two funds that are in the market, have the same issue, and Mayberry Jamaican Equities also faces the same issue. I have discussed it with a couple of people. They say that there is a perception that the arrangement that we have and these other funds have is tax inefficient, meaning, in effect, the perception is whatever money the company makes is going to be taxed before it reaches the shareholders. Whereas in a unit trust, that's not the case. That in a unit trust, whatever the value of the unit trust is, when you buy it and sell it, that's what you get. It is true that in QWI's case, we do have to provide deferred tax, which is tax that might arise in the future if we were to sell all the shares that we have and realize all the profits that have accumulated. I was raising this question internally, and it was pointed out that in such a case, let's suppose tomorrow the company decided to wind up, so it sold off all the investments. We've already provided for any income tax that would arise. And the money that the company has, it could actually pay back to the shareholders. So that the $1.30 that the net asset value is now, the shareholders could receive $1.30. The reality, of course, is that companies don't normally just stop and give back the money to the shareholders. They keep investing to try to make net asset values grow. So it's a question of perception, I think. On the QWI website, we do track the share price and the net asset value, and the gap between the two has grown in recent times. There have been times that it has closed. Even I remember at the time of the IPO, the share price actually went above the net asset value, but it didn't stay there very long. And it wouldn't be normal to expect it to trade at a premium unless the demand for the shares was so great. So I think it's a question of marketing. We need to spend time explaining to the market what's happening, why the share price is undervalued, because I believe that is the case. But it's a job not just for QE. I think it's a job for all funds to tell the story about why they represent value for investors.
What I would add to the comment that there is what is the issue in its stock market at the moment? The junior market recovered from the COVID hit and is now trading at close to record levels. The main market has failed to recover from the COVID hit and is still something like 20% below the 2020 high. So essentially what we have is a situation in which the new investors have been attracted to the junior market, and they are driving the demand, is driving the prices of the junior market stocks upwards. That's not the case with the main market stocks as a whole. So the institutional investors are not in the market to provide adequate liquidity for the market. Maybe they won't buy the QWI shares, but if they were in the market, the QWI shares net asset value would be greater. And don't dismiss the point I made about the dividend, right? The policy which we announced this year will in effect provide a very good rate of return on an investment in QWI, right, going forward, because as long as we pay those dividends, it is going to amount to a high percentage payout, and that is going to be very competitive, more than very competitive with fixed interest security, and therefore eventually people will see it both as a growth stock and an income stock. And I think when people recognize that we are seriously committed to that policy, the views are going to change as to how they view the stock as an investment.
Thank you very much for that answer. So to take it onto that response, Mr. Jackson, the question that I'd like to have, the question I'd like to ask, are there any future plans to include the more robust junior market stocks vis-a-vis I don't want to use the word lagging, because, I mean, there are other firms who have done very, very well, who shall not be named because it's not their AGM, that have done very well, whose price has not moved. So is there any future plan to go that route as opposed to, I mean, blue chips are just blue chips, but they're just not moving.
Yeah, but Mr. Burnett tells me that I think he says that the junior market comprises of 60, a significant portion of the portfolio, and if you add CPK, Caribbean producers, to it, although Caribbean producers are main market stock,
yes.
No. Psychologically, one still treats it as a junior market stock. So Dolphin Cove, we have things like Dolphin Cove, we have Jamaican Teas, because we had Jamaican Teas in the portfolio. We took profit in it. We made good money from it, and we made good money from a number of other things. So we make assessment from time to time as to where the opportunities will be, and sometimes it takes a year or sometimes more than a year for some of those things to materialize. But we have I think some excellent junior market stocks in the portfolio. Caribbean producers that I personally believe will be possibly a $40 stock before too long is significantly positioned in the portfolio. We have access that people are not warming to, and they're buying dollar, which is fine, but access is going to come into its own and deliver significant gains for the portfolio. So sometimes it's a matter of time. So we have looked at every 2 weeks, we are looking at the portfolio, looking at what's happening in the market, and from time to time, we add to the portfolio, or we may deduct from the portfolio, as the case might be.
Yes, it's final comment is just, I would just really like to see some kind of education that the market does not respond to these speculative things that they think are going to, I shouldn't be calling any other company here, but one company's portfolio book is a third of another company, and I'm talking about the microfinancing sector, and the market is just not warmed up to it, and I think it has to do with the younger investors, lack of education, and speculation. I think the market should be responding with actual performance instead of speculation, and that's not what's happening now.
Yeah, but if you don't have the market, when I was a youngster, the market, we had 40 odd listed shares on the market. We now have 100 listed ordinary shares roughly on the market. Yes, we have 300,000 investors, when in my days it was maybe 5 or 10,000 investors. But the reality is that the situation back then is somewhat different now. There are many more opportunities for investors to be involved in. And sometimes we have to wait, we have to be patient and wait things out, because people have gone into real estate investment. They were investing in US dollars, and pension funds have a lot of Scotia Group, and they have a lot of NCB and what have you. They're not yet attracted to junior market stocks. That will change with time, but it's going to take a little bit of time. So the market is not in a bullish way at the moment, and because it's not that inclined, you are going to get investors holding back. They say, why do I buy a stock today and it's not going to move for another 12 months? I'd rather either keep it in cash or put it into something else. They may not be right. That is 12 months. It might happen in 6 months. But that's essentially, I believe, until you get that interest rate scenario settled, where people recognize that the Bank of Jamaica is not going to increase interest rates anymore and are likely to reduce interest rates, you are going to find values in the market lagging. Even the junior market that you have, where the younger people are playing. You have FESCO that is selling at 50 times earnings, and you have Access selling at 6 or 7 times earnings. So they get a lot of disparity in the marketplace. And you have Salada, where they're buying it, they're still trading at 30 or 40 times earnings, when others are being traded at 6 or 7 times earnings. So opportunities are there. So what we have to do is to take advantage of the opportunity. Those of us who are investors, buy the cheap stocks, they will come good ultimately. I tell the story about Lascelles. When I first spotted Lascelles, and the broker said to me, nobody buys Lascelles. But John Jackson ended up buying it and made a few dollars out of it. So
thank you very much.
Thanks for the question. Any more questions? Or can we move on then? Can we move the resolution on the dividend? Can you have a seconder? No dividend be paid? Livingston, thank you very much. Those in favor? Those against? Motion is carried. So I have a bet, that I'm told that our next meeting won't start on time. So we're going to move on. I told the person, if I'm chairman, it will definitely happen. But all right, so item number 5, the amount shown in the audited financial statements for director's fees for services as director be and is hereby approved. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Mark? Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mr. Barton. All right, do I have those in favor? Those against? Motion is carried. Item 6, to approve a share buyback as special business to consider, and if thought fit, pass the following as a special resolution. Cameron, you can take over from.
So the resolution provides that shares may be bought back. The share price will be not more than 85% of the net asset value per share of the company last published at the time of the purchase. Most of you would know that we do announce our net asset value every week on a Friday. The market purchases will be carried out in accordance with the rules of the stock exchange and obviously the laws of Jamaica. I'm the secretary of the company, and I'm required to make a statutory declaration whenever we do a share buyback. And obviously I have to work with the registrar of the company, which is the JCSD, to make sure that when we do buy back shares, that the share buyback is registered in the company's registry. So those are the terms under which we would do share buybacks.
Thank you very much. All right, you have heard the resolution. Anybody has any questions? Can you restate your name, please?
Yeah, Livingston Young. Let's say something, Mr. Chairman. Hear me out a little bit. Suppose you have 20,000 shares, right? As a minor shareholder. You consider selling it back to you, or explain that to me a little bit, please.
Repeat the question.
Suppose you have, as a minor shareholder, suppose you have 20,000 shares. Did I sell back any out of that 20 back to you?
Well, assuming that the company, first of all, the company has to announce that it is going to buy back shares, right? So we can't just buy back the shares quietly. We have to, I think there's a process we have to go through.
Yeah, we know.
To buy back shares. Listen, the matter of share ownership is essentially a personal thing. I can advise you to buy Jamaican Teas share because it's going to be worth $100 3 or 4 years on the road, and you might say, well, I'm not interested in that. I want dollar, I want Fesco share because it's going to open up gas stations all over the place, and you're going to be a wealthy man. That is not a that's not a question I'm going to answer. That's a decision you have to take if you see opportunities. The company is going to buy, if it's going to buy back shares, it's going to buy back shares on the stock, over the floor of the stock exchange. So like anybody else, they can sell shares to the market. The whole objective of share buybacks is not so much to buy back shares per se, but it reduces the supply of shares in the market and allows over time the share price to go up. Right? So it's an exercise that will, because price is determined by supply and demand of everything. If there's less supply, if there's more supply, the price tends to be cheaper. If there's less supply and more demand, the price tends to rise.
Well, as a minor shareholder, I think we should buy more shares from you.
Well, maybe you might want to buy more shares because it is my view the stock is going to appreciate. The stock is a unique stock that is the only stock on the market that invests in Jamaica and internationally, so that people have an exposure to both markets, which I find an advantage. The other factor I mentioned before is the whole matter of the likely dividend payout. That is going to be an attractive income stream for many persons going forward. All right, so the motion is before you, moved by Cameron Burnett. I second the motion. So those in favor of the motion? Those against? The motion is carried. This is my, yeah. All right, so that is that. That seems to be the end of it. Oh, all right. That brings us to the end officially of the annual general meeting pertaining to deal with the 2021 financial statements. I'm going to allow 5 minutes if there are any more questions or observation. I will entertain it. Otherwise, we're going to call the meeting officially to an end. Are there any more questions? Yeah, 1, 2, 3. All right, the meeting is officially terminated. And thanks all for coming. Those persons who are Jamaican Tea shareholders, we have a meeting at 12 o'clock, starting at 12. So you are welcome to be there to drink tea. And so thank you very much until next annual general meeting. Thanks.
Caribbean dreams, coconut evaporated milk, and coconut condensed milk. Nice up the porridge you're making. Mix it in a sauce and bacon. The coconut flavor you love, now evaporated and the condensed milk. No dairy, no gluten, all good. Just blend some up in your shake. Whisk it up in your cake. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Distributed by Amalgamate Distributors Limited.
It feels so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It feels so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It feels so good right now. Don't never ever ever wanna calm down. No, no, no. Yeah, yeah.
Better every day for you. Better moments. Better together. Better memories. All those good times we need. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley tea. Better with Tetley tea. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley tea. Better with Tetley tea. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Nice up the porridge you're making. Mix it in a sauce and bacon. The coconut flavor you love, evaporated and the condensed milk. No dairy, no gluten, all good. Just blend some up in your shake. Whisk it up in your cake. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Distributed by Amalgamated Distributors Limited.
It feels so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It feels so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It feels so good right now. Don't never ever ever wanna calm down. No, no, no.
Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Nice up the porridge you're making. Mix it in a sauce and bacon. The coconut flavor you love, now in evaporated and the condensed milk. No dairy, no gluten, all good. Just blend some up in your shake. Whisk it up in your cake. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Distributed by Amalgamated Distributors Limited.
It feels so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It feels so good right now. Feels so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It feels so good right now. Don't never ever ever wanna calm down. No, no,
Better every day, better for you. Better moments, better together. Better memories, all those good times we need. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley tea. Better with Tetley tea. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley tea. Better with Tetley tea. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk, and coconut condensed milk. Nice up porridge you're making. Mix it in a sauce and bacon. The coconut flavor you love, now in evaporated and the condensed milk. No dairy, no gluten, all good. Just mix some up in your shake. Whisk it up in your cake. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Distributed by Amalgamated Distributors Limited.
It smells so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It feels so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It feels so good right now. Don't ever, ever, ever wanna calm down. No, no, no.
Better every day, better for you, better moments, better together, better memories. All those good times we need. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley Tea. Better with Tetley Tea. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley Tea. Better with Tetley Tea. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Nice up the porridge you're making. Mix it in a sauce and bacon. The coconut flavor you love, now in evaporated and the condensed milk. No dairy, no gluten, all good. Just blend some up in your shake. Whisk it up in your cake. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Distributed by Amalgamated Distributors Limited.
It smells so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It feels so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It feels so good right now. Don't ever, ever, ever wanna calm down. No, no, no.
Better every day, better for you, better moments, better together, better memories. All those good times we need. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley Tea. Better with Tetley Tea. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley Tea. Better with Tetley tea. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Nice up the porridge you're making. Mix it in a sauce and bacon. The coconut flavor you love, now evaporated and condensed milk. No dairy, no gluten, all good. Just blend some up in your shake. Whisk it up in your cake. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Distributed by Amalgamated Distributors Limited.
It smells so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It smells so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It smells so good right now. Don't ever, ever, ever wanna come down. Oh, no, no.
Better every day, better for you, better moments, better together, better memories, all those good times we need. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley tea, better with Tetley tea. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley tea, better with Tetley tea. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Nice up the porridge you're making. Mix it in a sauce and bacon. The coconut flavor you love, now in evaporated and the condensed milk. No dairy, no gluten, all good. Just blend some up in your shake. Whisk it up in your cake. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Distributed by Amalgamated Distributors Limited.
It smells so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It's feeling so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It's feeling so good right now. Don't never ever ever wanna calm down. Oh no, yeah, yeah.
Better every day, better for you. Better moments, better together. Better memories, all those good times we need. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley Tea. Better with Tetley Tea. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley Tea. Better with Tetley Tea. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Nice up the porridge you're making. Mix it in a sauce and bacon. The coconut flavor you love, now in evaporated and the condensed milk. No dairy, no gluten, all good. Just blend some up in your shake. Biscuit up in your cake. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Distributed by Amalgamated Distributors Limited.
It smells so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It's feeling so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It's feeling so good right now. Don't never ever ever wanna calm down. Oh no, yeah, yeah.
Better every day, better for you. Better moments, better together. Better memories, all those good times we need. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley Tea. Better with Tetley Tea. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley Tea. Better with Tetley Tea. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Mmm, nice up the porridge you're making. Mix it in a sauce and bacon. The coconut flavor you love, now in evaporated and condensed milk. No dairy, no gluten, all good. Just blend some up in your shake. Whisk it up in your cake. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Distributed by Amalgamated Distributors Limited.
It's feeling so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It's feeling so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It's feeling so good right now. Don't never ever ever wanna calm down. No, no,
Better every day, better for you, better moments, better together, better memories, all those good times we need. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Teddy Tea. Better with Teddy Tea. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Teddy Tea. Better with Teddy Tea. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Mmm, nice up the porridge you're making. Mix it in a sauce and bacon. Coconut flavor you love, now in evaporated and condensed milk. No dairy, no gluten, all good. Just blend some up in your shake. Whisk it up in your cake. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Distributed by Amalgamated Distributors Limited.
It's feeling so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It's feeling so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It's feeling so good right now. Don't never ever ever wanna calm down. No, no,
Better every day, better for you, better moments, better together, better memories, all those good times we need. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Teddy Tea. Better with Teddy Tea. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Teddy Tea. Better with Teddy Tea. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Mmm, nice up the porridge you're making. Mix it in a sauce and bacon. The coconut flavor you love, now in evaporated and the condensed milk. No dairy, no gluten, all good. Just blend some up in your shake. Whisk it up in your cake. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Distributed by Amalgamated Distributors Limited.
It's feeling so good right now. Feels so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It feels so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It's feeling so good right now. Don't never ever ever wanna calm down. Oh, no, no.
Better every day, better for you, better moments, better together, better memories, all those good times we need. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley tea, better with Tetley tea. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley tea, better with Tetley tea. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Nice up the porridge I'm making. Mix it in a sauce and bacon. The coconut flavor you love, now in evaporated and the condensed milk. No dairy, no gluten, all good. Just blend some up in your shake. Whisk it up in your cake. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Distributed by Amalgamated Distributors Limited.
It smells so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It feels so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It feels so good right now. Don't never ever wanna calm down. Oh, no, no. Yeah,
Better every day, better for you, better moments, better together, better memories. All those good times we need, life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley Tea, better with Tetley Tea. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley Tea. Better with Tetley Tea. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Nice up the porridge you're making. Mix it in a sauce and bacon. The coconut flavor you love, now in evaporated and the condensed milk. No dairy, no gluten, all good. Just blend some up in your shake. Whisk it up in your cake. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Distributed by Amalgamated Distributors Limited.
it smells so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It feels so good right now.
Better every day, better for you, better moments, better together, better memories. All those good times we need. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley Tea. Better with Tetley Tea. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley Tea. Better with Tetley Tea. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Nice up the porridge you're making. Mix it in a sauce and bacon. The coconut flavor you love, now in evaporated and the condensed milk. No dairy, no gluten, all good. Just blend some up in your shake. Whisk it up in your cake. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Distributed by Amalgamated Distributors Limited. Better for you, better moments, better together, better memories. All those good times we need. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley Tea. Better with Tetley Tea. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley Tea. Better with Tetley Tea. Coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Nice up the porridge you're making. Mix it in a sauce and bacon. The coconut flavor you love, now in evaporated and the condensed milk. No dairy, no gluten, all good. Just blend some up in your shake. Whisk it up in your cake. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Distributed by Amalgamated Distributors Limited.
It smells so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It smells so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It smells so good right now. I'll never, ever, ever wanna calm down. No, no, no. Yeah, yeah.
Better every day, better for you, better moments, better together, better memories. All those good times we need. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley Tea. Better with Tetley Tea. Life is better every day. You can make it better with Tetley Tea. Better with Tetley Tea.
everybody, those physically here and those in cyberspace. I'd just like to introduce person at the head table, myself, John Jackson, Chairman of the Board, John Mifud, the Director, and to his left is Damian King, Dr. Damian King. I haven't seen any other director in the crowd. And Diana Blake, who is the person designated to head Caribbean Dreams, when Caribbean Dreams is activated in a few months' time. She's joining, she's going to do a presentation. All right, so the notice hereby given that the annual general meeting of members of the group of the company will be held on the 19th day of July 2022 at noon for the purpose of transacting the following business. And item 1 is to receive and approve. So to receive and approve the audited financial statement, a report of the directors for the year ended September 21, together with the auditor's report thereon. So that's been tabled. I'm going to ask the representative from KPMG to read the audit report. After he would have done that, and I think that he, then I'm going to ask Mr. Burnett to do a brief presentation on the financial outturn for the year. And then following that, Ms. Blake is going to do a presentation on the Jamaican Teas manufacturing operation. And thereafter, we will deal with the approval, question answers, etc., on the financial statements. So KPMG, your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, all. We have audited the financial statements of Jamaica Teas Limited, the company, comprising the separate financial statements of the company and the consolidated financial statements of the company and its subsidiaries, the group, set out on pages 43 to 96, which comprise the group's and the company's statements of financial position as at September 30th, 2021, and the group's and the company's statements of profit or loss and other comprehensive income, changes in equity and cash flows for the year then ended, and notes comprising significant accounting policies and other explanatory information. In our opinion, the accompanying financial statements give a true and fair view of the financial position of the group and the company as at September 30th, 2021, and of the group's and company's financial performance and cash flows for the year then ended, in accordance with international financial reporting standards and the Jamaican Companies Act. We conducted our audit in accordance with international standards on auditing. Our responsibility under those standards are further described in auditor's responsibilities for the audit of the financial statement section of our report. We are independent of the company in accordance with International Ethics Standards Board for Accountants, International Code of Ethics for Professional Accountants, including International Independent Standards, ISBA Code, and we have fulfilled our other ethical responsibilities in accordance with the ISBA Code. We believe that the audit evidence we have obtained is sufficient and appropriate to provide a basis for our opinion. Key audit matters. Key audit matters are those matters that in our professional judgment were of most significance in our audit of the financial statements of the current period. These matters were addressed in the context of our audit of the financial statements as a whole and informing our opinion thereon, and we do not provide a separate opinion on these matters. Measurement of ECL. The group recognizes expected credit losses on financial assets measured at amortized cost. The determination of ECL is highly subjective and requires management to make significant judgments and estimates and of forward-looking information. The economic impact of COVID-19 on financial assets has resulted in increased judgment in the following: the identification of significant increase in credit risk, which now includes COVID-19 related qualitative factors, the incorporation of forward-looking information reflecting the range of possible future economic conditions which are highly uncertain. The combination of estimates and judgments increases the risk that management's estimate could be materially misstated. Our audit procedures in response to this matter included obtaining an understanding of model used by management for the calculation of ECL on financial assets, testing the completeness and accuracy of the data used in the models to the underlying accounting records, assessing the appropriateness of the group's impairment methodology, management's assumptions and compliance with the requirements of IFRS 9 financial instruments, involving our financial risk management specialists to review the ECL model, involving our financial risk management specialists to evaluate the appropriateness of economic parameters, including the use of forward-looking information, testing the accuracy of the ECL calculation, testing the group's recording and aging of accounts receivable, assessing whether the disclosures in the financial statements are adequate in respect of the group's exposure to credit risk and measurement of allowances for ECL. Valuation of investments. A subsidiary holds significant investments in equity securities listed on multiple stock exchanges. The subsidiary uses quoted mid or closing prices to value these investments. The valuation of these investments, although based on observable market prices, continues to suffer from increased volatility as a result of spread of COVID-19. The pandemic has also resulted in a decline in trading activities for a number of listed shares. This reduction in trading has also resulted in some listed shares having a wider gap between the bid and ask prices, which may indicate that the shares are not actively trading. As a result, judgment may be required to determine whether the quoted prices used by management representing prices from an active market and where mid prices are used determine whether there is a wide gap between bid and ask prices and thus does not provide a reasonable indication of fair value. Our procedures in response to this matter included assessing and testing the design and implementation of subsidiaries' control over the determination and computation of fair values, challenging the reasonableness of prices used by the subsidiary by comparing to independent third-party information, including assessing whether the prices used fall within the bid-ask spread as required by IFRS 13 fair value measurement, reperforming fair value calculation and assessing whether the fair value was appropriately determined by considering the provisions of IFRS 13 fair value measurement and reviewing the volume of trade for the securities held by subsidiaries at year-end, assessing the adequacy of disclosure, including the degree of estimation involved in determining fair value. Other information. Management is responsible for other information. The other information comprises the information included in the annual report, but does not include the financial statements and our auditor's report thereon. The annual report is expected to be made available to us after the date of the auditor's report. Our opinion on the financial statements does not cover the other information, and we will not express any form of assurance conclusion thereon. In connection with our audit of the financial statements, our responsibility is to read the other information identified above, when it becomes available, and in doing so, consider whether the other information is materially inconsistent with the financial statements or our knowledge obtained in the audit or otherwise appears to be materially misstated. When we read the annual report, if we conclude that there is a material misstatement therein, we are required to communicate the matters to those charged with governance. Management is responsible for the preparation of financial statements that give a true and fair view in accordance with IFRS and Jamaican Companies Act, and for such internal control as management determines is necessary to enable the preparation of financial statements that are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error. In preparing the financial statements, management is responsible for assessing the company's ability to continue as a going concern, disclosing as applicable matters related to going concern, and using the going concern basis of accounting unless management either intends to liquidate the group and the company or to cease operations or has no realistic alternative but to do so. Those charged with governance are responsible for overseeing the company's financial reporting process. Our objective is to obtain reasonable assurance about whether the financial statements as a whole are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error, and to issue an auditor's report that includes our opinion. Reasonable assurance is a high level of assurance, but is not a guarantee that an audit conducted in accordance with ISAs will always detect a material misstatement when it exists. Misstatements can arise from fraud or error and are considered material if individually or in the aggregate they could reasonably be expected to influence the economic decisions of users taken on the basis of these financial statements. A further description of our responsibilities for the audit of the financial statements is included in the appendix to this auditor's report. This description, which is located at pages 41 to 42, forms part of our auditor's report. We have obtained all the information and explanations which, to the best of our knowledge and belief, are necessary for the purpose of our audit. In our opinion, proper accounting records have been maintained so far as appears from our examination of those records, and the financial statements which are in agreement therewith give the information required by the Jamaican Companies Act in the manner required. The engagement partner on the audit resulting in this independent auditor's report is Rajan Trehan. As part of an audit in accordance with ISAs, we exercise professional judgment and maintain professional skepticism throughout the audit. We also identify and assess the risks of material statement of the financial statements, whether due to fraud or error, design and perform audit procedures responsive to those risks, and obtain audit evidence that is sufficient and appropriate to provide a basis for our opinion. The risk of not detecting a material misstatement resulting from fraud is higher than the one resulting from error, as the fraud may involve collusion, forgery, intentional omission, misrepresentations, or the override of internal control. Obtain an understanding of internal control relevant to the audit in order to design audit procedures that are appropriate in the circumstances, but not for the purpose of expressing an opinion on the effectiveness of the group's internal control. Evaluate the appropriateness of accounting policies used and the reasonableness of accounting estimates and related disclosures made by management. Conclude on the appropriateness of management's use of going concern basis of accounting, and based on the audit evidence obtained, whether a material uncertainty exists related to the events or conditions that may cast significant doubt on the company's ability to continue as a going concern. If we conclude that a material uncertainty exists, we are required to draw attention in our auditor's report to the related disclosures in the financial statements, or if such disclosures are inadequate, to modify our opinion. Our conclusions are based on the audit evidence obtained up to the date of our auditor's report. However, future events or conditions may cause the company to cease to continue as a going concern. Evaluate the overall presentation, structure, and content of the financial statements, including the disclosures, and whether the financial statements representing the underlying transactions and events in the manner that achieves fair presentation. Obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence regarding the financial information of the entities or business activities within the group to express an opinion on the consolidated financial statements. We are responsible for the direction, supervision, and performance of the group audit. We remain solely responsible for our audit opinion. We communicate with those charged with governance regarding, among other matters, the planned scope and timing of the audit and significant audit findings, including any significant deficiencies in the internal control that we identified during our audit. We also provide those charged with governance with a statement that we have complied with relevant ethical requirements regarding independence, and communicate with them all relationships and other matters that may reasonably be thought to bear on our independence, and where applicable, actions taken to eliminate threats or safeguards applied. From the matters communicated with those charged with governance, we determine those matters that were of most significance in the audit of the financial statements of the current period and are therefore the key audit matters. We describe these matters in our auditor's report unless law or regulation precludes public disclosure about the matter, or when, in extremely rare circumstances, we determine that a matter should not be communicated in our report because the adverse consequences of doing so would reasonably be expected to outweigh the public interest benefits of such communication. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajan. Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard the auditor's report. Unqualified, I'm just going to ask Cameron to take the podium, and he will do a brief presentation followed by Ms. Blake Bennett thereafter.
Morning, everybody, or afternoon, I should say, at this point. I'm just going to make a very short presentation about the results for 2021. So 2021 was a record year for Jamaican Teas. Was the year in which we had the highest revenues in the history of the group, and also the highest pre-tax and after-tax profits. There were a number of things that gave rise to this result. The most important in all the markets that we operate. I'm sure most of you are aware we don't just operate in Jamaica. We export Caribbean dreams, food products all over the Caribbean and North America. And that was one of the leading contributors to the very good results that we got. The other main contributor was that at QWI, the investment subsidiary, the investment earnings in 2021 were a complete turnaround from the previous year in which the company lost money. So we achieved those record results despite the supermarket not doing well because we had restrictions on the operating hours at the supermarket. And of course, with COVID still going on during 2021, people weren't shopping as much. And the other thing that happened in 2021 was that the real estate business did not make a big contribution. We had some sales of the last studios at Manor Park in 2021, and we didn't sell as much as we did in the previous year. For 2022 and beyond, what can we expect? You're about to meet our new CEO for manufacturing, Diana Blake Bennett, who joined the company earlier this year. She has been spending, along with others, a lot of time looking at the management team, and particularly planning for people who are approaching retirement age. Yes? Okay, is that better? All right. So a lot of emphasis in the last few months has been put on strengthening logistics at the company, production planning, inventory management, and procurement. And really what it boils down to is getting raw materials into the company on time and in sufficient quantity that we can fill all the sales orders that we have. One of the things that happened this year, some of you may have questions later, but you may be wondering what happened to the factory expansion. The factory expansion was done, but it was done in a different way, which was to go and rent additional space at Montgomery Avenue. So that has taken place. The soup and spice packing activities of the company moved from Bell Road to Montgomery Avenue. And we're still looking for more space for the company. Another thing you may be wondering is what happened to the transfer of the manufacturing business to the subsidiary company. It has been delayed primarily because we need third-party approvals to be able to do the transfer, and we're waiting on one last approval, which we expect to get quite soon. So all those activities that we're planning are basically designed to fill more of the orders that we're getting, and that in turn we expect will improve the cash flow of the business. We have been working at some of our other businesses, and we will continue that in the months to come. So at the supermarket, we've changed out all the point-of-sale software, and we're doing some improvements to the building, basically to better utilize the space that we have. Some of the things you might have seen already at the supermarket, and there's some things still to be seen. We've also been renovating the building we acquired at 132 Hard Street, and that renovation is nearly finished, and the building will be rented out. And then finally, the studios that we're building at Belvedere and Red Hills, they have also been taking longer to finish than we had planned, but we're very close to physical completion. We also have some other things ahead of us. We need to buy more machinery in the factory, as well as replace some of the machinery that we have. And you'll see some of those things starting to happen in the next few months. We are planning for the completion of the property in Belvedere so that the sales of the units can take place. The supermarket, you may have seen from the figures we've published since the annual report, that the sales at the supermarket are now growing pretty rapidly. We're seeing increases in sales of 20% a month versus last year. So the supermarket business is doing a lot better than it was. At QWI, the good results that we had in 2021 have not been quite as good in 2022, but we're still quite optimistic about what will happen there. And I will leave it at that and hand over to Mrs. Blake Bennett.
Good afternoon, directors, shareholders, and guests. Thank you, Cameron. Whereas Cameron spoke to financial performance of the year past and some highlights into what we are in the process of doing, I wanted to share more with you, shareholders, what's going to take place in terms of our operations, or some of the things that have happened in our operations over the last 6 months, and how we will look going forward based on our current activity. So, just as a flashback, Cameron would have spoken to it. Revenue was up 5% last year. Domestic sales was up 26%. Export revenue saw a small decline, and we, of course, saw lower margins, and this was attributed to a number of our products being impacted by freight costs as the world was challenged with lockdowns and the implications to logistics. Kind of just a snapshot of what our sales and domestic export looked like last year. You would see that our exports into CARICOM in the fiscal year 2020-2021 bettered our performance in the fiscal year 2019-2020. We saw a marginal decline in our exports to North America year on year, and of course there was relatively good growth in our domestic market year on year. What has been the factors that have been impacting our performance? And again, Cameron would have spoken to some of them. We have seen significant supply chain disruptions and logistics challenges, and this is not unique to Jamaican teas, but it is a global phenomenon. The availability of, and this is impacting our ability to access raw material, packaging material, and of course containers for shipments to our various domestic markets. From the factory side, we have seen low fulfillment rates on some of our orders based on the challenges faced by accessing raw and packaging material. There is increased costs, and with all of that, we have seen depressed margins on some of our products. Cameron would have spoken to this, and I just want to zone in on our earnings before interest and tax. On the manufacturing side, we saw that falling by about 26% year on year. And as the slide before says, we know what those reasons are. Cameron would have also spoken to the other reasons affecting real estate, retail, and our investment arm. What we did in the first 6 months, we launched about 3 new products. These were launched between January and March. We rolled out our macaroni and cheese, our Caribbean Dreams macaroni and cheese, quick oats, and our coconut milk light. It's a year also, we launched our new brand, Island Value Sardines. These are available in retail outlets across the island. And what's to come? In Q4, we look to introducing 3 new teas to the domestic market, to domestic and export markets. And a part of the rationalization of the introduction of these teas is that we have excess capacity in our manufacturing arm, and we wanted to utilize the overall factory and improve product output. And so we have 3 new teas coming. One of them, a favorite of Jamaicans, our peppermint. We're introducing a new size. And of course, our refreshing mint, which is a combination of both peppermint and spearmint, and those will be introduced in the coming weeks. Other new products, again, to leverage our manufacturing capabilities. We're going to be introducing 3 new soups out of our new location, or ram goat, fish, and vegetable, and this will be introduced right across all of our markets, US and in CARICOM. And of course, 1 additional flavor to our instant ginger line, which is our turmeric and ginger tea. All of these are scheduled to be launched before the end of the fiscal year. Some things that have happened, we continue to collect awards and accolades for our export. We were voted last year as we got the Governor General's Award for Exports for 2020, as well as a medium champion exporter for manufacturing from the Jamaica Manufacturers and Exporters Association. Something's happening. Again, we also we were recertified with our global certification SQF, Safe Quality Foods, and I want to extend congratulations to the team for copying this. It's not easy work. Last year, we also took on initiatives to support our community through education. We continue to support the Whitfield All-Age School. We have been doing work on their infrastructure, and we have seen growth in that school. The population moving from 80 students to 185, and of course the infant department with now 79 students. jumping ahead. Sorry. Not responding. Like everybody else, we continue to face threats, supply chain disruptions, whereas we see globally it may be abating slowly. We are also contending with rising inflation and certainly globally rising interest rates as the respective banks of the governance structure, look at monetary policy to reduce inflation. Our Q4 outlook looks healthy, looks good. Our exports are showing strong demand. We also see domestic demand increasing. We have done, and Cameron would have also alluded to that there has been a number of management changes. And one of the things that we have also done is to look at our pricing structure across all markets. Price increases were effected in July, and we should see those materializing towards the year end. Operational improvements, Cameron spoke to that. We have done some changes to management, improved our operational management team. We've added a logistics manager to ensure that we can support our manufacturing activities. We've increased inventory levels, again, to mitigate the logistics challenge that is being experienced globally. I would have shared with you where we're introducing new products from our new factory, which is at Montgomery, and I will show you a picture of that shortly. And of course, we have a number of new teas and new businesses that we are expecting to close before the year ends. And just to share with you what our factory looks like, this is our new dry pack factory. Just a few photos to share with you at 71 Montgomery Drive. And this is where we do all of the manufacturing of our soups and spices. And that's it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Dan. Let me just welcome officially, again, Mr. Mahfood acquired shares in Hartmuir Fata. So he has the staff in the back, led by Wheaton Daly. So welcome, HMF staffers. And we have one other director joining us, Marcus Dabdoob. Welcome, Marcus. All right, the financial report and the auditor's report, along with the director's report, are before the meeting for consideration, deliberation, questions, and answers. So the floor is now open to questions. Please indicate your name, and please use the microphone at the back because the session is being taped. Okay, Livingston.
Yeah, Livingston Young, Mr. Chairman. You can turn to page 94, please. No 30. The bottom part, manufacture, retail, investment. The bottom.
Yes.
All right. Growth rate, interest segment revenues, revenues from external customer.
What's the question?
Well, I comment here. Just
no, let's come to the question.
Yeah, manufacture 1,406,000 and 93. You can explain between 2020 and 21, please. A little bit, please.
Cameron.
Yes, I think what you're referring to, the manufacturing revenue in 2020 was 1.4 billion, and it increased to 1.6 in 2021.
Yeah. All right, jump down to fair value gains from revaluation of investment as FVTPL. Give a little explanation for me now. Other income, interest segment and other income of 17 million $308. Can you explain the comment, please?
Sure. So the item fair value gains from revaluation of investments. So at QWI, every day we revalue the shares that we own, and if there's a gain, we record it in the income statement, and if there's a loss, we also record it. Yeah. So that's what it means. FVTPL is fair value through profit and loss. So in 2020, the fair value gains were actually losses of 482 million, and in 2021 that reversed and we had gains of 407 million. The other income actually increased in 2021 over 2020. We'd have to go through notes to see what were the sources of the gains. Most of the gains were in QWI.
Hold on a bit, Mr. Chairman. You see this? First one, other income, interest segment of other, with 66 million and 23,000, something like that. And the bottom is interest segment at other income of 17 million 308. Let's give a little bit explanation on that. There are two items there, 66 and 17.
Sure. So the intersegment income, that's basically what it means is what income arose in one segment that didn't arise in another segment. So in the manufacturing, one of the items that the manufacturing business benefits from is its management of QWI. Yeah. So Jamaican Teas charges QWI a management fee for managing the business, and that item you'll see was 17 million in 2020, and it moved up to 27 million in 2021.
Okay. One more question. Let's see if I find it. Let us see if I find it. Gosh. Not coming. Make me turn too fast. Can't find it. So, yeah. You can turn to page 74. And inventories. Note 9, deferred taxation, 10 inventories. You there, Mr. Chairman? 74 and 9, deferred taxation, liabilities. Jump down to 10, inventories. You there, Mr. Chairman? You there with me?
Yes, I'm with you. What's your question?
The group, the company, manufacture and finished goods, recrual materialities, retail development, housing under construction, complete housing. You can explain to me of what 3,167,000 on housing, and the manufacture and finished goods accrual materials of 87,848,000. Can you look at explanation, group and the company?
Sure. So for the company, the manufacturing inventory would have comprised at 2021 $87 million of finished goods. So these are teas that are all packed and ready to ship to customers, and that number is the same whether it's the group or the company, because there's only one entity that has manufacturing inventory. The raw materials would be the raw tea that we've imported, the packaging materials, which is a significant part of the raw materials inventory. And again, at the company level was 249 million, and the same at the group. The other inventory that you're asking is under development. So this is the real estate arm. In 2021, we had housing under construction of 300 million. So that was the project at Red Hills, which we're still finishing. And completed homes is 0 because...
Mr. Chairman. Yeah, it finished up already. That's people can... Okay.
Yeah, so the completed homes in 2020, the completed homes were the finished units at Manor Park that we hadn't finished selling. And we finished selling those in 2021, which is why the completed went to 0.
We don't look one for buying.
Any further questions?
Mr. Chairman, Dennis Martin, shareholder. Based on the discussions about the hiving off of the Jamaica Teas manufacturing sector to Caribbean Dreams, am I to believe that in short order, another meeting will be called when things are in place?
My recollection is that the previous AGM held late last year had approved the decision to transfer the shares, to transfer the assets to Caribbean Dream Foods Limited. I don't remember that.
Am I to believe, Mr. Chairman, that when everything is in place, an extraordinary general meeting will not be called?
The meeting has already voted on the transfer of the business to Caribbean Dreams Food Limited. So there is no need to call another meeting. As far as so we are free to do the transfer. That's my understanding. Before anybody else comes, there's a question I gather that came online regarding what is the cause for several share transfer to Mr. Dabdoob from the directors, and I'm not sure that we fully understand that question. I'm not even aware of the transaction, so I would ask the person if they could look back at the information they've sent us and make it clearer, please. Yes, your name for me, please.
Hi, good afternoon, ladies and gents. My name is Shakim Cameron. I am a shareholder of the company. I have a question in relation to the timeline in terms of spinning off the Caribbean Dreams arm. I'm just wanting to know how comes there's so many delays, and when is it expected to be spun off?
The delay, the primary reason for the delay is that we, Jamaica Teas represent Tetley out of India, and we prudently sought their approval to transfer the brand over to Caribbean Dreams. They took some time to come back to us. They came back, we had an agreement, and we have sent back information request requiring some further adjustments to it. So that is the hold-up until we get that. I think there might have been one or two other government approval things. But as soon as that is through, we should be fairly free to move forward. I suspect you'll probably see it happen in the first quarter of the new financial year.
Okay, the spin-off in the first quarter of the new financial year.
I suspect so, if we get the necessary approval that we're looking for.
Okay, no problem.
So the spin-off, the transfer of the business doesn't necessarily mean that, because we talk about coming to the market to raise, to sell shares to the market, that will come, I presume, sometime after we actually spun off
You transfer the assets into the
Yes.
new. Okay, so can you speak more as to how you plan to do the spin-off in terms of how much you're planning to sell off the company, benefits to existing shareholders in terms of maybe dividend in specie or a discount price? Because I know you've heard from shareholders before that we would love to get a dividend in specie, something of the sort, some kind of bonus for existing JAMT shareholders, even though I know spinning off of the company in itself will eventually lead to benefits for the JAMT shareholders. But
Why you believe the shareholder should get a benefit?
why do I believe we should get a benefit?
Yes.
Because we're shareholders. A special benefit. Oh, you're asking us why? You're asking me why I think we should get one. Well,
Why should you get dividends in species in the form of a Caribbean Dream?
Well, we're all
shares?
we're all shareholders, and a dividend in specie will assist the share price. It will allow us to own a piece of the company before it's listed. Blue Power did the same thing with Lombodipo, and it benefited the shareholders tremendously. So it's basically just to benefit shareholders. It doesn't necessarily have to be a dividend in specie. I'm just asking if you guys have discussed and what are the plans around it.
Yep, we have discussed it, and I guess if we move in that direction, the shareholders will be advised accordingly. But I'm interested in hearing shareholders who believe that they should get a special benefit. Why you believe that you should get a special benefit?
It's just a
And
benefit.
you have answered that question already.
Okay.
So I don't know if anybody else has any. But are you finished with the questions you have?
No, man, I was asking you to expound more on how you're planning to do the spin-off. Like, what percentage of the company would you be planning
I
to
think
sell?
we have spoken about probably 25% of the company will be spun off.
And will it be new shares being issued, or will it be?
Those shares will be, there could be new shares, there could be the shares have not yet been issued to the company, right? So it may be that when we sell the shares, because the plan is not for Caribbean Dreams to be going to the market with an IPO. The plan is that Jamaica Teas will get shares in the company, and the likelihood is that Jamaica Teas will sell shares to the market. It will be a Caribbean Dreams IPO, but the sellers or seller is likely to be Jamaican Teas, who have gotten shares for the assets transferred.
Okay, so do you mind me asking the planned usage for these funds?
The plan use, we have eyes on the possibility of acquisitions down the road. And, we want to be in a position to be able to fund acquisitions or any other expansion. We had talked about expanding the factory or acquiring a new factory. And so we need additional space. So it's a combination. In acquisition, it could be acquisition and factory expansion. But the factory expansion is imminent because where we are pretty tight for space, and we need the additional space. So you see some of the additional product lines that are like to come on stream, and the growth is like to continue.
Right, because I remember in Diana's presentation, she had mentioned that you guys see some opportunities in new businesses. So that was going to be my follow-up question, if you can expound more on that. What do you mean by new businesses? Can you give us any details?
Let me pass it on to Mr. Mahfood.
So the long-term objective of our company, Jamaican Teas, when we started, was to grow through exports and to focus on manufacturing. So we have added the soup division and dry pack division, and we have expanded in exports. So more and more as we export, we see that there are opportunities to add other products, maybe products that are made in Jamaica but are not being exported fully. And there may be an opportunity for us to buy other manufacturing entities that complement our export products. So it will allow us to expand more into the export and manufacturing side. So that is really the aim of raising funds through an IPO of this new company. And the other thing is that when we started out initially, we were mostly a manufacturing company. But since then we have changed a bit, and we believe that there will be a strong demand for a single manufacturing export-oriented company where people can buy shares in this new company. Some people will like to continue owning shares in Jamaican Teas, which is diverse, but some people would just like to focus on manufacturing. And so having this separate company gives you an opportunity to invest in a single manufacturing company and gives the group the resources to do other things.
Okay, so that the follow-up question to that now is, will the acquisition that you guys are looking at, would it be done through the Jamaican Teas Company or the Caribbean Dreams subsidiary?
Probably through the Jamaican Teas Company, where we would acquire, Jamaican Teas would acquire, if it's a big manufacturing business, then they would acquire it as a separate unit. If it's complementary to Caribbean Dreams, maybe they would acquire it. Caribbean Dreams Foods.
Oh, so you're not sure which entity would be?
No, it really depends on the size. It depends on the management, whether there is, it makes sense to share management with Caribbean Dreams, to put it in there, or to set it up separately if it's already an existing company.
Oh.
We have no specific company or business under consideration at the moment, but what exists in Jamaica is a scenario in which some people are reaching retirement age and they may want to sell and what have you. So the country has also gone through a period of challenges, certain challenges with COVID and what have you. So opportunities will crop up from time to time where somebody may want to sell. We assess it, and if the assessment is positive, then we may acquire it, and therefore it depends on whether we think it's complementary with one aspect of the business or the other aspect of it. And so no predetermined decision has yet been made about anything. So I would believe that if something is complementary with Caribbean Dreams, then that's the favored way for it to go, rather than a standalone with Jamaican Teas. But we look at it as the things develop.
Okay, so because based on how I see Jamaican Teas now, it's moving from, as you said, it started out as a manufacturing entity, but it's now moving to a more conglomerate style company with multiple different sectors in which it operates. You guys spun off the investments arm 2019 thereabout, and now you're looking to spin off the manufacturing arm. And I know you guys are also in real estate and also in some form of distribution to the supermarkets. So the question that I'm asking now, is there any plan to expand the real estate section in itself and the distribution or supermarket section? And I should add, I want to add it in two parts. Is there any plan to expand the real estate and the distribution section, both in the short term, or is it short term plans or medium term or more longer term?
We're actually at the point of looking at our strategies for the future, and which direction we would go in. So I can't say for sure what will happen with the real estate, but the way that we have done it in the past currently is not ideal in terms of self-financing, tying up a lot of money in a real estate project, and then only when it's sold, which may take 2 or 3 years, do you get this big amount of cash. So I think it's something we're going to look at, whether it is appropriate to continue, or if it is, how it's going to be done differently. We don't do distribution. We only do manufacturing. So whether it is in Jamaica or elsewhere, we have always focused on manufacturing, not on distribution.
Okay, so there's no plans to enter that space then? Because I know you guys have the supermarkets, so I was wondering if you plan to, I don't know, build out more supermarkets or go into the distribution space more.
No, you know, in the past we had other supermarkets. We had two others, one in Savlamar and one in Montego Bay. But we did not have good luck with the supermarket business. And if you're going to be in the supermarket business, you have to have a management structure that can supervise and can control supermarkets that are not nearby. We kept the supermarket that we have because it's very profitable, it's very small, it's very easy to manage. It also helps us in market information so we know what's going on and so on. But we don't have any plans to expand in the supermarket business.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Chairman, Mr. Dabdoob had asked that I just clarify on the matter of the question that had to do with, there was an online question about shares being acquired by Mr. Dabdoob that you had asked to be clarified. So one of the things we want to say is that all directors have share options, and as time goes on, if those share options are attractive, the price at which the share option is stated at, they will acquire shares under those options. So all directors have share options. No directors have sold shares to any other director. Any increase in the number of shares that Mr. Dabdoob has gotten has been from either share options or from buying shares on the open market, or from basically that's it. So the question was, in the beginning of September, we began to see daily trades in the shares published to the JSE. Following this, the quarterly director's holding document shows an increase in Mr. Dabdoob's holding. The following have been adjusted for the 3-for-1 split. So in June 2020, it showed 14 million, and in March 2022, 31 million. So each person can make a decision about shares that they acquire. And of course, we do encourage our directors to buy shares. And Mr. Dabdoob has elected to buy shares to invest in because he believes in the company. But I'll pass it on to him.
Good afternoon. The shareholdings that this gentleman is referring to is 31.4 million. My total holding is approximately 40 million. This reflects the confidence that I have in Jamaica Teas. The increase he's referring to was not transferred from any director of the company. 12 million over 4 years were the share options offered to directors, which I purchased, which adds to the 14. The balance I bought from another company who had them, and I'm currently in the market to buy some more. So I can see no problem with it, except that when it goes up, I'll make a lot of money, which I hope you all do.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Dennis Martin here again.
Yes, Mr. Martin.
Mr. Chairman, you got to put it out to the meeting. That asking if we, the minority shareholders, I suppose, why are we interested in having some kind of incentive for the hiving off of the manufacturing sector to Caribbean Dreams? Now, the uncertainty in the market, Mr. Chairman, over the past few months has caused a serious negative decline in the price of Jamaica Tea shares. And I don't know where it will go. Now you're suggesting, Mr. Chairman, and you ask a question, why should, the board, I'm saying, give us, the shareholders, some kind of incentive? I think we are deserving of it. I have shares in a lot of people for years now. Do you not think that we are deserving of a little prepping?
Any other questions?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. The question about Mr. Dabdoob shares came from Vincent Walker, and he replied in Zoom chat to say thank you for clarifying, and he's happy to hear that. So thank you for that. And then a comment from Stefan S. Shareholders should be rewarded for loyalty as well as encouragement to buy more of Caribbean Dreams when listed, as with any other future spin-offs. Also, to have or buying for any future raises. So that's another comment on the incentives. Yeah.
Thank the sharer for the comment. So, you know, as I said earlier, I'm not sure which, I think in the QWI meeting, that some of you may not have been at, that I represent as personally now, represent a small shareholder. And I think I understand, and because I've spoken to shareholders from time to time and gotten some views on their thoughts on the Caribbean Dreams spin-off. So that you shouldn't necessarily believe that the question I've asked is pure to ask the question. But for the benefit of the other directors, it's nice to hear what you have to say and what your thoughts are in person, rather than one director who might have one view or another director might have another view, as the case might be. Go ahead, sir.
Greetings, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, I haven't heard.
Oh, can you hear me now?
I'm here.
Okay, greetings, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Edward. I've been a shareholder from...
Kevin?
Edward, as in Edward. Yeah, I was going to make another reference, but let me stop right there. Edward is... Okay. I'm trying to connect the dots. This question is strictly within the boundaries of the...
I'm not hearing you properly. Oh. If you could just raise your voice a little for
okay,
me.
I can raise it a little bit if you want. That's
okay,
fine.
Yeah.
All right.
So just repeat your name again so we get it quite clearly.
Perfect. Oh, Edward. It's Edward.
Edward.
Yeah, that's fine.
Edward, okay. Okay.
This question is strictly within the confines of the manufacturing arms. No QWI, no nothing like that. Strictly in the manufacturing realm. Because I'm trying to connect the dots, and I'm seeing that you're expanding the manufacturing facility. You're stating that you want to expand, basically let's expand to make more revenues. But the question that's in between the back end and the front end is, where are you now with operational capacity to produce? Because I think one of the statements Mr. Mahfood made was that you'd want to increase to make more, but where are you now? So if you wanted to cap out all of your manufacturing capacity, where could you go? Are you at 40%? are you at 60%? So if you press it full bore, where would you look in the revenues for the manufacturing? No more. That's it. That's it. Flashlight is on your phone. Your phone is on.
Thank you. Thanks for that question. So let us talk about our two divisions. So currently, we have tea and our dry pack division. Our current location at Bell Road operates just our tea factory. We have exhausted the space there. And in terms of capacity, which is to your question, is that in that operation, I would say we are at about 60% capacity with room to grow, but we would have exhausted our warehousing space. With regards to our dry pack division, which is what we have just opened and again limited by space, we are at maybe about 40% capacity in terms of operation, but the plans that we have ahead of us will cause for rapid growth, and hence we are looking for one location again to manage expenses, to house everything, and for us to grow all our product lines. You would have seen me present on a number of product lines that we intend to introduce in this coming quarter. And we do have some other things which I can't share at this point, which we are looking to grow into. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, that's fine. It's just as a question of efficiency, because you know there's an intersection between capacity, closer to capacity, and your demand. So that's information.
You're good.
All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. So, Livingston, you again? All right, make it quick.
Yeah, sure, then. All right, just turn to
You had an opportunity already.
Yeah, man. All right.
So, all right, fine.
Nice up. All right, turn to page 91. We then have to learn, you know, so
All right.
can't stop learning. 91, yeah, page 91, page note 29. Financial risk management. You there, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, yeah.
All right, the first one is interest rate. All right, this one first. Incentivity, analysts, and 8% in 2020 and a 6% strengthening of the above increase against the JA dollar. Word. Increase of profit for the year by 67,463,000 in 2020. Next one, 2% in 2020 and next 2% weakening of above current against the JA dollar decrease of profit.
Sorry.
Hold on, Mr. Chairman. Just
hold a second. Right, hold a second.
Yeah.
Remember you asked virtually the same question in the QWI meeting.
Yeah.
What the auditors are required to do under the accounting regulation is to show to shareholders the risk that are associated with some investment or some of the assets. And this is actually prescribing how, if interest rates or other factors were to move to the extent that the notes say it will move by, impact on the financial statement is as they're indicating there. It has nothing to do with the financial statement per se as it was at the end of December. But they say going forward, subsequent to the financial year end, those are some of the things that could affect the assets if the economic environment varied from what it was at the end of December.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, good. Thanks very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen,
Chairman,
Sorry.
one more comment from the Zoom chat. Diane Ives, recently the new CEO specifically stated that the company expects to grow revenues of $5 billion within 3 years. Not sure if anybody wants to summarize, because I think we would have already covered how we're going to get there, but
Company is
comment.
likely to,
Growth revenues of 5 billion within 3 years.
Dan is going to
And
respond.
so the comment would have been based on what would have been posted in the annual report regarding my vision for the company, CDFL. And I want to assure shareholders that certainly where we are now and what we have positioned for growing the company, we will achieve that target within the 3-year mark. Well, so we are looking, I would have spoken to, and so John is saying that I have not fully answered the question. So we are looking at, one, growing our export markets with existing products. Two, launching a number of new products and product lines in both domestic and export markets. That's the means by which we intend to move revenue for the manufacturing division to the $5 billion.
And that's $5 billion US dollars or Jamaican dollars. All right, I think there's another question, but before we go, I'd just like to tender apologies for absent Vice President Thompson. She had already communicated to the board in connection with it, so I'm just recording it. Yes, there's a question.
Yes, another question came in from Stefan S. again. We've seen a drop in share price for Jam Teas from a high of $4.75 to now $2.76, possibly due to delays with spin-off plans and falling NAV of QWI. Would Jam Tea directors consider a share buyback plan similar to what was approved for QWI?
The Jamaican Teas articles permit us to do a share buyback if we consider it necessary. I think, listen, investors have to recognize that stocks don't go in one direction always. They fluctuate. I mean, I mentioned earlier in the previous meeting, Caribbean Producers is a stock that went up to $25 or $26, is now at $14 something. But the stock is going to go to $40 or $50 in my estimation between now and the end of the year. Dolphin Coup went to $30, it's down to $15, $16. It has a tremendous future, short-term future ahead of it, and therefore you're going to get, so Jamaica Teas is not the only stock that has gone up and pulled back. So I wouldn't worry unduly about it at this point in time. I wouldn't recommend a share buyback to my directors. The market will take care of it in short order. Again, I mentioned earlier in the meeting that the Jamaican market tends to peak between April and mid-May each year, when it goes into a dip until about July. So because buying until the new set of results are out, buyers tend to be more or less on the sideline. When the results start to come forth, you will see a change in perspective. So we can't manage from minute-to-minute price movement in a stock. Right? That is crazy. Our task is, yes, we are always concerned about the stock price. But the ultimate thing that we need to do, which will impact the stock price in a positive way, is to drive profits and pay dividends. Okay? And you hear from what presentation that we are dealing with some of those fundamental issues. So the stock price will take care of itself in short order, believe me. All right, so the financial statements are before us for consideration. So I move the resolution that the audited financial statements, the auditor's report, and the report of the director be for the said period be and is hereby approved. Do I have a seconder to that resolution? Mr. Livingston Young, seconded. Those in favor? Those against, if any? The motion is carried. Thank you very much. Item 2, to declare that the dividend of 1 cent per share paid in June 2021 as a final distribution out of the sum standing to the credit of the company's retained earnings for the year then ended September 2021. And that 1 cent is after we had the stock split. Right, so be it resolved, that's a resolution, that the dividend of 1 cent paid out of retained earnings for the said period be and is hereby approved. Do I have a seconder? Edward. Those in favor? Any against? Mr. Livingston, Mr. Young, can you have a seat for me, please? No. The resolution has been carried. Hold on, no. Just, no. We're moving on. Just hold that on for A or B.
All right.
To elect directors. So I'm going to ask Mr. Burnett to conduct this section for me, please. Item 3, elect directors.
Ladies and gentlemen, there are 3 directors who are retiring, and each one offers themselves for re-election. We have to vote on each director individually. The first director who's retiring and standing for re-election is Mr. Dabdoob. I move for this resolution to be considered. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Martin, thank you. Can we proceed to a vote? All in favour? Any against? Resolution is carried. Mr. John Mahfood, I move for his re-election. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Edward. May we vote on the resolution? All in favour? Any against? Motion is carried. Finally, I move for the re-election of Mr. John Jackson. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Broomfield, thank you. I put the resolution to the meeting. All in favour? Any against? Motion is carried. The next item on the agenda is the resolution that the amount shown in the audited financial statement as fees to the directors for services as directors be and is hereby approved. I propose this motion for consideration. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Kirby, thank you. May I put the resolution to the vote of the members? All in favour? Any against? The motion is carried. The final item on the agenda relates to the appointment or the reappointment of KPMG. We are not going to bring this resolution to a vote today. We will be holding or reconvening the meeting at which the auditor's appointment or reappointment will be considered, and the management will be bringing their recommendations to the members. We expect to do that reconvening before the end of the financial year, so that everyone will know who the auditors will be. So I'll at this point hand the microphone back to the chairman.
Thank you, Cameron. Livingston, you had a question.
Sir Chairman, well, I like how the valuation of the Jamaican dollars, right? And when sometimes, I suppose you have 5,000, suppose you get 5,000 dividend. When you check the kind of the Jamaican to the US, the more money no value nothing. So I asked if you could give us I increase the dividends and a quarterly dividends. Please and thank you if we can do it.
Thank you, Livingston. Whenever we look at the dividend, we always consider what's appropriate. So, but remember, the company is a growing company. So thanks. Are there any more questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, just to address the question about your concern about the devaluation and wanting an extra dividend. The relevant comparison is not to the US dollar, because when we hold on to the earnings of the company, we are using it to reinvest in the manufacturing and other assets of the company. And we expect that to do better than even the comparison to the US dollar. And so that's now we're not giving all of the earnings back.
Martin, your time.
Mr. Chairman, I'm still on my thing again. I'll be greatly disappointed if the board don't give us a little something. And I am saying, I'm making a suggestion. Mayberry, how they did their thing, is something to look at. And Blue Power.
Mr. Martin, can I stop you?
Just a minute, sir.
Yeah, but I think the message I've gotten across already to the directors. So if you beat.
I don't want to mess it up.
If you beat too hard, they might punish you. So just leave well alone. Yes, Mr. Edwards.
Greetings again, chairperson and directors. I don't want point to be missed, right? Mr. Livingston. It's made. Yes, okay, sorry again. I'm a soft-spoken person. You have KPIs and matrices like dividend yields. You probably could quote a dividend yield. I think it's what, 3%, 2% for them teas, something close to that, thereabout. You have the ROI, returns on investments. You have return on assets that you can describe to the shareholders that, yes, you're buying it at $3 or $2 odd. But yeah, you're not getting it in dividends, which is 1 or 2 or 3%. But you might be getting it back on the back end, as I think Dr. King might be alluding to. So maybe you could just give us some of the performance indices that you track on a regular basis, if you can recall them.
Yeah. Online question.
Just a comment from Mr. Walker. He's expressing thanks for expressing or directing the questions to you, and he also expressed thanks to all the directors.
Thanks, Mr. Walker. Sorry you couldn't be here in person, but hopefully come next year you'll be thanking us even more for what we've done. So not next year, but the year after. So we're working to deliver goodies for all shareholders, and hope at the end of the day you'll be satisfied. I don't want anybody to stone me out there, so I'll try and protect your interests as best as you can. All right, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure to host you here, and it's nice to see that shareholders have turned out both online and in person, and we look forward to seeing you in the not too distant future. I think I enjoyed it. It's been what I think a productive meeting. And you have one more question?
No, I was waiting on the answer to my question. The dividend
Sorry?
yields, the KPIs, anything that you're tracking, if you can recall, if you can just spit out to us.
Dan, you want to answer the question?
Can you repeat the question?
No.
Go a little closer and repeat.
Okay, I was asking about the dividend yield, like to date, maybe, and even the return on investments. Like if you invest at $3, maybe you get back a 2 or 1 return on assets, things like those. Those things that you can let us know after that, you know, we're doing well as an investor.
Your question is noted. I do think that we will have a look at it and provide it to our shareholders going forward, that we will, you know, place our KPIs so that you will see how your stock is performing against these indices.
All right, so let me thank my fellow directors for being here. Thanks very much for support. Thanks to all our shareholders and guests for your support. And we wish for you all the best in the days and years and months to come, and hope that your stock price, for those who are concerned about it, will rebound and you'll benefit from it. But things are being worked on, and you should see the benefits. Sorry? I can't answer the question offhand.
I think there's a way in which, because it's been on, I think it's been on Zoom, so we may be able to. Yeah, that's what I think.
Okay, thanks very much, and the meeting is officially terminated. Okay, okay. We have some dividends in the back of the side of the room.
Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Nice up the porridge you're making. Mix it in a sauce and bacon. The coconut flavor you love, now in evaporated and the condensed milk. No dairy, no gluten, all good. Just blend some up in your shake. Whisk it up in your cake. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporate milk and coconut condensed milk. Distributed by Amalgamated Distributors Limited. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Nice up the porridge you're making. Mix it in a sauce and bacon. The coconut flavor you love, now in evaporated and condensed milk. No dairy, no gluten, all good. Just blend some up in your shake. Whisk it up in your cake. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Distributed by Amalgamated Distributors Limited. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Nice up the porridge you're making. Mix it in sauce and bacon. The coconut flavor you love, now in evaporated and the condensed milk. No dairy, no gluten, all good. Just blend some up in your shake. Whisk it up in your cake. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Distributed by Amalgamated Distributors Limited. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Nice up the porridge you're making. Mix it in a sauce and bacon. The coconut flavor you love, now in evaporated and condensed milk. No dairy, no gluten, all good. Just blend some up in your shake. Whisk it up in your cake. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Distributed by Amalgamated Distributors Limited. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Nice up the porridge you're making. Mix it in a sauce and bacon. The coconut flavor you love, now in evaporated and condensed milk. No dairy, no gluten, all good. Just blend some up in your shake. Whisk it up in your cake. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Distributed by Amalgamated Distributors Limited. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Nice up the porridge you're making. Mix it in a sauce and bacon. The coconut flavor you love, now in evaporated and condensed milk. No dairy, no gluten, all good. Just blend some up in your shake. Whisk it up in your cake. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Distributed by Amalgamated Distributors Limited. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Nice up the porridge you're making. Mix it in a sauce and bacon. The coconut flavor you love, now in evaporated and the condensed milk. No dairy, no gluten, all good. Just blend some up in your shake. Whisk it up in your cake. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Distributed by Amalgamated Distributors Limited. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Nice up the porridge you're making. Mix it in a sauce and bacon. The coconut flavor you love, now in evaporated and the condensed milk. No dairy, no gluten, all good. Just blend some up in your shake. Whisk it up in your cake. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Distributed by Amalgamated Distributors Limited. Caribbean Dreams, coconut evaporated milk and coconut condensed milk. Nice up the porridge you're making. Mix it in a sauce and bacon. The coconut flavor you love, now in evaporated and the condensed milk. No dairy, no gluten, all good. Just blend some up in your shake. Whisk it up in your cake.
It smells so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It smells so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It feels so good right now. Don't never ever ever wanna calm down. Oh no, no. It smells so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It feels so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It feels so good right now. Don't never ever ever wanna calm down. Oh no, no. It smells so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It feels so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It feels so good right now. Don't never ever ever wanna calm down. Oh no, no. It smells so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It feels so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It feels so good right now. Don't never ever ever wanna calm down. Oh no, no. It smells so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It feels so good right now. Feeling so good right now. Yeah, yeah. It feels so good right now. Don't never ever ever wanna calm down. It smells so good right now.